Crime Scene Investigation, CSI, a love story. Welcome to the world of forensic investigations, where science meets the macabre, and every clue is a step closer to justice. Through shadows and silver linings, you go deep into the heart of Las Vegas, a city known for its glitz and glamour, but also hiding a darker, more sinister side. Belle Thompson, a brilliant forensic analyst with a keen eye for detail, has dedicated her life to solving the city's most perplexing cases. Her days are spent amid the blood spatter patterns, fingerprints, and the silent whispers of the deceased, each piece of evidence a clue to the hidden narratives of their untimely demises. Alongside her is Eric Sands, her steadfast partner and the newly appointed supervisor of the night shift, whose relentless pursuit of justice is matched only by his unwavering loyalty to Belle. Their days are filled with meticulously analyzing blood spatter, lifting fingerprints, and uncovering the hidden truths behind each gruesome scene. Each case is a puzzle, every piece a potential key to solving the mystery and bringing closure to the victims' families. Each night, they delve into the macabre world of homicide and human depravity, piecing together stories from the fragments left behind. From bodies found under the bridges to the orchestrated chaos of mob hits, their work is a relentless parade of human tragedy and mystery. But amidst the chaos and danger, Belle and Eric find something unexpected: love. Their relationship grows in the shadow of their work, adding a touch of warmth and humanity to the stark, clinical world of forensics. Together, they face not only the challenges of their profession but also the complexities of their personal lives, finding solace in each other's arms. This is a story of blood and passion, crime and compassion, where every drop of blood spatter and every touch of their hands brings them closer to the truth, and to each other. The city that never sleeps has many secrets, but together, Belle and Eric will uncover them all, one case at a time. This book invites you to join them on a journey through the dark alleys and hidden corners of Las Vegas, where every case is a story, and every story has its shadows and silver linings. Reader advisory. Before you dive into the pages of CSI, a love story, a word of caution is in order. This book delves deep into the gritty, often graphic realities of crime scene investigations in the heart of Las Vegas. Expect vivid descriptions of crime scenes, forensic analysis, and the unsettling yet fascinating world of homicide investigations. Additionally, the language used throughout the story is unapologetically raw and authentic, reflecting the intense and high-stakes environment in which our characters operate. Be prepared for passionate, intimate scenes that explore the profound connection between Belle and Eric, adding a layer of emotional depth and intensity to their story. This is not a tale for the faint-hearted, but if you have a taste for suspense, a love for detailed storytelling, and a curiosity about the darker side of human nature, then this journey is for you. Embrace the shadows, and discover the silver linings within. Chapter 1. At last, in my new, hopefully, forever city. I wanted to leave everything behind and start anew. Vegas. Here I come. Still a bit disoriented after the long train trip, I step outside the station and see the place exploding with colors and neon signs. It was like a show of lights. The cab was waiting for me on the curb to take me to my new house, to my new life. After less than an hour drive, here I am. I don't unpack, I don't check on anything, I just grab a light coat and head to explore my area. Everything is so new and so different from where I came. I just stroll down the road taking it all in when I bump into someone sending his bag all over the sidewalk. I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean to. Let me help you. I was babbling. I was never this clumsy, so I don't know what came over me or how to react. It's okay, here, I'll help you up, he said while reaching out his hand. As I grab his hand, I can't help but smile and be absorbed by the look in his eyes. So sweet and gentle and calm. You must be new here, he says with a grin. Yes, sorry, I just moved. I can show you around if you want. I was still hypnotized by his eyes, his voice, his calmness. I would like that, but I don't want to impose, especially after my mess. But maybe we collided for this very reason. He smiled. At least let me grab you a coffee. I know just the place not far from here. I nodded, too stunned to say anything. We walked in silence, glimpsing from time to one another. The coffee shop was small, but it felt so comfy, and the smell, oh, that perfect sweet smell that filled the air. The very next day I decided to go out for coffee at my new favorite coffee shop, which so happens to be less than 20 minutes away from my place. It was a typical morning in Las Vegas, but inside Honeycomb Cafe, the air was cool, and the atmosphere was inviting. I sat at a corner table sipping an iced latte, laptop open in front of me. I was trying to acclimate to my new life, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the city's frenetic energy. Just then, a tall man with a warm smile and kind eyes approached the counter. His name was Eric, a local who had lived in Las Vegas his whole life. He ordered a black coffee and turned around, making eye contact with me. "Excuse me, Belle, right?" he asked. I looked up, slightly startled, but then smiled as I recognized the man in front of me. "Yes, it is. Please, have a sit." Eric's eyes lit up. "Thank you, small town, right?" I said, laughing softly, not in the slightest. Hey, I was the one to show you this coffee shop yesterday, and it so happens to be my favorite. I remember, right after I sent your bag flying across the sidewalk. I am really sorry for that." Eric's smile widened. "Vegas can be a bit much at first, but it has its charms. If you're interested, I could show you around, help you get to know the city beyond the Strip." I hesitated for a moment but then nodded. "I'd like that. Thank you, Eric." The first stop was the Neon Museum, a treasure trove of Las Vegas history, showcasing iconic signs that once lit up the Strip. "This place is amazing," I said, eyes wide with wonder as we walked through the boneyard, where old neon signs lay like sleeping giants. "It really is," Eric agreed. "Each sign tells a story of the city's vibrant past. Look at this one," he pointed to the massive Stardust sign. This was one of the first major casinos on the Strip. It opened in 1958. I took a closer look. It's like stepping back in time. You can almost imagine what it must have been like back then. Eric nodded. "That's one of the things I love about this city. There's always a story waiting to be discovered." Next, we visited the Springs Preserve, an oasis of history and nature in the heart of the city. "This is a side of Vegas I never knew existed," I said as we strolled through the botanical gardens. "Most people don't," he said with a chuckle. "But it's a beautiful place to relax and learn about the local environment and history. The Origin Museum here is fantastic." Inside the museum, we explored exhibits that detailed the natural and cultural history of Las Vegas. I was particularly fascinated by the interactive displays about the indigenous peoples and the pioneers who settled in the area. "Eric, thank you for bringing me here. It's wonderful to see this side of the city. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Belle. There's so much more to Vegas than just the bright lights and casinos." The final stop for the day was the 18B Arts District, a vibrant neighborhood filled with galleries, studios, and eclectic shops. The district was alive with colors and creativity, murals adorning almost every wall, each telling its own unique story. "Welcome to one of my favorite spots in the city," Eric said as we stepped out of his car. My eyes widened as I took in the explosion of art around her. "This place is incredible. It feels like every corner has something new to discover." Eric nodded, smiling. "That's what I love about it. The district is always evolving, with new artists adding their mark. Let's start with one of the galleries. There's an exhibition by a local artist that I think you'll enjoy." We walked to a nearby gallery, the sound of our footsteps mingling with the distant hum of the city. Inside, the air was cool and smelled faintly of paint and wood. The gallery's white walls were adorned with vibrant paintings, each depicting scenes of the desert in a surreal, almost dreamlike style. "These are stunning," I said, moving closer to a painting that depicted a Joshua tree under a sky filled with swirling stars. "The artist, Maria Torres, has a way of capturing the essence of the desert," Eric explained. "She grew up here and her work reflects her deep connection to the land." I nodded, lost in the colors and textures. You can feel the passion in her work. It's like she's painting her soul. Eric smiled. That's a beautiful way to put it. Maria often says that art is a reflection of the artist's inner world. We moved from painting to painting, discussing our own interpretations and sharing stories from our lives that the artwork reminded us of. As we left the gallery, I felt a deeper appreciation for the city's artistic spirit. Next, we wandered through the streets, stopping at various murals. Each one seemed to tell a story, from historical events to abstract expressions of emotion. We came across a mural of a dancer, her vibrant dress swirling around her as if caught in mid-spin. "This one is my favorite," he said, his voice filled with admiration. "It's by a street artist known as Enigma. No one knows who they are, but their work appears all over the city." I tilted my head, studying the mural. There's so much movement and life in it. You can almost hear the music she's dancing to. Eric nodded. That's the magic of Enigma's work. It speaks to you in ways words can't. We continued exploring, stopping at a quirky vintage shop filled with retro clothing, antique furniture, and odd knickknacks. I tried on a pair of oversized sunglasses, laughing as I modeled them for Eric. "Very chic," he said, chuckling. "You could start a new trend." I laughed, putting the sunglasses back. "I'll leave the fashion statements to the professionals." His eyes lit up like a kid's on Christmas morning when he took me inside this small vintage record shop. The air was thick with a musky scent, evoking a sense of nostalgia that made it feel as though we had stepped back in time. The shelves, worn and creaky, were filled to the brim with old record labels. I spotted a collection of Nirvana and Elvis vinyl among the treasure trove of musical history, their covers faded but iconic. It was a surreal experience, like discovering a hidden portal to a bygone era where music was not just heard but felt deeply. We ended our tour at a rooftop bar with a stunning view of the city. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the skyline. "Thank you for today, Eric," I said, raising my glass of sparkling water. "You've shown me a side of Vegas I never knew existed, and it's been amazing." Eric clinked his glass with mine. "I'm glad you enjoyed it. There's so much more to this city than people realize. It's a place of contrasts and surprises." As we sipped our drinks, the conversation flowed easily. We talked about our dreams, our favorite books, and the experiences that had shaped them. I found myself opening up in ways I hadn't expected, feeling a sense of connection with Eric that was both comforting and exciting. "Do you ever miss the East Coast?" he asked, genuinely curious. "Sometimes," I admitted. "I miss the familiar faces and places. But I needed a change. I wanted to challenge myself and see what else was out there." Eric nodded thoughtfully. "I get that. Sometimes you have to step out of your comfort zone to really grow." I smiled. "Exactly. And so far, this has been a wonderful adventure." "I'm glad," Eric said, his eyes warm and sincere. "Vegas can be a lot of things, but if you know where to look, it can also be home." As the stars began to dot the sky, I felt a warmth that went beyond the desert heat. I had found not only a guide to my new city but a friend who made it all the more special. The vibrant, artistic heart of Las Vegas had opened up to me, and I couldn't wait to see where this new path would lead. We stayed on the rooftop until the sky turned dark, but as the night was still young and as both of us appeared to be night owls, we decided to have an extra final stop, which was none other than the Strip. Of course we had to take a walk down the Strip before we could end the night. He talked about every building and casino we encountered. About the old days and the new. He was mesmerizing to watch. His storytelling was enchanting and you could almost see everything he was talking about. His gestures, his attitude, his very essence. He was thrilled to get to all those history's forgotten details, and I was seduced by him, by his voice, by his storytelling. It was as if we were in a fairy tale he was creating as he spoke. As if he was turning page by page, filling it with wonder and vivid images. He captivated me. He fascinated me. We walked and talked for hours. It was past midnight when we stopped at a taco hut for a very, very late dinner. "I had no idea it was this late," he said. "Neither did I. I was having such a good time and I really don't know how the time went by so fast. I did too. Actually, if I am being honest, I haven't had such a good time and such an entertaining conversation in quite a while. I hope you don't mind I kept you this late. I was smiling from ear to ear and just admiring how handsome and gallant he was. He interrupted my thoughts with an apology. It took me by surprise. I am sorry, I am sure you want to get home, get some rest, maybe you are working tomorrow and I am keeping you for my selfish reasons. No, please don't apologize. Let's not end the night in unnecessary apologies. You are not keeping me, I want to stay and no, I am not working tomorrow. I still have about 2 days, I think, before I start my job here. So please, no apologies. I had an amazing day, with you and just like you, for my selfish reasons I don't want it to end. He took my hand in his and kissed it. I gently stroked his face and half cupped it with my other hand and kissed his lips. So soft and sweet. We looked in each other's eyes and smiled. I'll walk you home. Such a gentleman, thank you. We walked in silence, soaking it all in. This is me, thank you for today and for walking me home. The pleasure is all mine. After saying this he kissed me and wished me good night. I watched as he disappeared into the night. Chapter 2. Next morning I was so eager to see him again that I left for Honeycomb just moments after waking up. It wasn't even 8 o'clock and the coffee shop was supposed to open at 9. To my surprise he was already there, waiting for me and hoping I would come have my coffee there. I almost jumped in his embrace and he kissed me so passionately that the world around us melted away. I am so glad you came, he said. I am glad you were here before me, if I am to be honest. We both started to laugh. Yesterday was amazing, but in all that tour, with you, talking, walking, I forgot to ask for your number. I was also so absorbed by our talks, by your stories, I didn't even think about that. We stayed there, embraced, kissing, absorbed with each other, so absorbed that we didn't even notice when Kathy, the shop owner, when she got there. Hey guys, sorry to interrupt you but I can't reach to unlock the door with you in the way. We blushed, apologizing and shyly moving away. You guys either love the coffee here, or, gently laughing, something else since you both came before opening hours. I guess there's something in the air, Eric giggled and I hid my face in the cup of his neck. Kathy welcomed us inside and happily made our coffees to go as Eric requested. Are we going somewhere? I asked suspiciously. What do you feel about a morning hike? Sure, I'm up for it. We got in his car and he drove to Red Rock Canyon, a stunning natural preserve, just a short drive from the city. I had no idea this was so close to Vegas, I said, awestruck by the towering red cliffs and vast desert landscape. It's a favorite escape for locals, Eric explained. The hiking trails here are incredible. Let's take the Calico Tanks Trail. It's a bit challenging, but the view at the end is worth it. We hiked through the rugged terrain, the conversation flowing easily. Eric pointed out various plants and wildlife, sharing his knowledge of the area's ecology. Upon reaching the top, we were rewarded with a breathtaking view of the city in the distance. This is amazing, I breathed, taking in the panorama. It's breathtaking, I continued without being able to get my eyes away from the view. It really puts things into perspective, doesn't it? Eric said. Sometimes, you need to step away from the hustle and bustle to truly appreciate it. Thank you, Eric, truly. We still have time for a picnic, if you'd like, before heading back to the city, before my shift starts. I would love that. But we didn't get to bring anything. I might have planned this a bit. He chuckles nervously while scratching the back of his neck. I have just the spot for us and everything we need in the trunk. You don't cease to amaze me. I kiss his cheek gently. Lead the way then. He takes my hand and we head to the car, parked at the beginning of our hike. He drove to a quiet spot near there, spreading a blanket under the shade of a Joshua tree. The view was beautiful, with the mountains in the distance and the vast expanse of the desert around them. This is perfect, I said, leaning back and taking a deep breath. It is, Eric agreed, handing me a piece of sweet bread. I thought you might like a peaceful spot after all the excitement. We enjoyed our picnic, talking every now and then between food bites. The connection between us deepened, and I felt a sense of peace I didn't know I needed. You've outdone yourself, thank you. The food was delicious. Anything to see that beautiful smile on your face. But, unfortunately, we need to head back or I'll be late. He took me back home, we kissed and he waved as he drove down the street until I could no longer see his car, but not before agreeing to meet at our corner after the end of his shift. I was barely able to get any sleep that night. I was waiting for the sun to rise, for that morning crisp and for our lips to meet again. We met shortly after 7. I was first to arrive and just moments after I saw him pulling his car near me. Let's go for breakfast, he said while getting off from his car so he could properly greet me and opened the door for me. We kissed for a few moments longer before he started driving, and in half an hour we reached Benny's. Should we order pancakes? He asked. I am sure you know the place better than I do, so I'll leave ordering in your capable hands. Pancakes and chocolate milkshake it is. He smiled victorious. I found myself looking at him, admiring his spirit, his sweet smile. Although he was after a night shift, plus the hike before, he was still bursting with energy. After breakfast he asked me, very quietly, it was almost a whisper. Would you want to head back to my place? You weren't so sure you wanted me to hear that now, right? I teased him softly. His face and even his ears turned red. I placed my hand on top of his and nodded. I would very much like that. We fell asleep in each other's arms. And when we woke up it was late afternoon already. He kissed my forehead, my cheek and my lips. He hugged me tightly and brought me closer to his naked chest. Best sleep I've had in ages. I could get used to this. He smiled. Teasingly I asked. Get used to good sleep or waking up next to me? I bite my lip. Difficult decision. Wah. I'm joking. Waking up next to you of course. But I won't say no to good sleep either. You're such a tease sometimes. Oh, look who's talking. We both burst out laughing. Would you mind getting lunch started while I take a quick shower? Not at all. I'll make myself at home. Please do. As he went for a shower I prepared a quick lunch. He was due to leave for work in about an hour. We stopped by our coffee shop for a cup and parted ways there. But as hours passed, I was thinking of him and needed to find something to distract myself with, so I figured why not go by my soon-to-be workplace. I mean, I am supposed to start that tomorrow, but I'll just have a look, get the hang of the place. Chapter 3. As I entered the huge glass building, I pass the reception, I see him. He smiles at me and waves while holding a folder but quickly moves to speak to his colleague. I am soon greeted by my employer, the sheriff, and he invites me to see the supervisor of CSI. As I walk through the long corridor my eyes are searching for him. Of course I am not paying attention and I end up, twice in a week now, colliding into someone. Just as I am about to apologize I see it's none other than Eric, barely containing a laugh. I see you keep bumping into things, or maybe are you intentionally bumping into me? I am as red as I can be, mustering an apology. As he helps me up he smirks and says, Did you miss me and decided to visit me at work? Just before I reply, the sheriff, who was standing next to us and following our every word I get, did you two know each other? Should all of us step inside? He motions to a half-open door. As we go in the office, where Maxine was waiting for us, I open my mouth. I had no idea who he was or where he worked, but if that will cause a problem, I do not want the job anymore. Eric stayed silent, in awe. He had no idea what I was rummaging about. When did you two get to know each other? Are you two involved? Is it something serious? Are you really jeopardizing your position here over someone you just met? Said the sheriff. Yes, he was asking questions, but he didn't want any reply, he just kept going and going. So, I interrupted him. I know this might be abrupt but I am sure of my decision. And if you don't? But I am interrupted by the sheriff again. You are the best in your field and you have been brought here because of that. I do not care about your social life as long as it does not affect your work. HR will need to be notified and they will make a note of it and check on your life status from time to time, but nothing else. So, on that matter. He was waiting for me to say something, anything, but yet again I found myself staring into Eric's eyes, searching for his calmness, hoping to get some of that for myself so that I could breathe again. The silence was broken by Maxine, or better said by her curiosity. I don't mean to pry, but let me ask you one thing. Why would you throw everything out for someone you barely met? If I remember correctly, you arrived in Vegas less than 5 days ago without knowing anyone in the city, which leads me to the conclusion you met him at most 4 days ago. Without any hesitation I answered. He's worth it, see you all tomorrow at work. I said everything in one breath and walked out the door without looking back. Just as I am about to leave the building, Eric grabs my hand and pulls me into a hug. I mumble, again. Apparently, I keep doing that in his presence. I swear I had no idea, I am sorry, I am. Are you sure? He asks gently. Sure? ? I don't realize what he's asking really. Are you sure you want to put yourself under a microscope and put your position as head of the department at risk just so we could be together? I stay silent, stunned, and I utter an apology. I am sorry, I was selfish, thinking only of me. Of course I should have thought about the inconvenience it will bring you, I really didn't. I will. He pulls me even closer and locks my lips in a tight kiss. I want you. He speaks. I felt this pull, this chemistry, this. I don't even know what to call it. This, us. Ever since you bumped into me. Feeling safe in his embrace and with my heart returning to its pace, I can't help but be as playful as I am. First time or second time? He looks a bit confused and I start laughing. The first time I bumped into you or the second one? Ha, you got me there. He laughs softly and caresses my hair. The first time, you clumsy person. I promise you I am not a clumsy person. It never happened, like ever. Yes, of course clumsy. He's teasing me. I got to get back to work and also speak with HR. I'll see you after work? I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. See you at our corner. He quickly gives me a kiss and climbs the steps back into the lab. As night turns today I find myself at our corner, tugging at a strand of loose hair. I am so focused and lost in the moment I don't see his car pulling in front of me. Just as always he gets off and greets me with the most passionate kiss. I missed you, he whispers, pulling me back to reality. I missed you too. I snuggle closer into his hug. No sleep last night? He asked. I joke. Sleep is for the wicked. He laughs as if I said the most hilarious joke and asks me. Where to? He paused for dramatic effect. Boss? Don't you dare, I say, threatening with a finger lifted in the air. Okay, boss. He laughs, so amused at my reaction. I kiss him so hard on the lips that he moans softly. Your place please. Or do you want to get breakfast before? I'd rather eat you and after ask you to make breakfast. Deal. I responded short and firm. Let's drive. He started the car and we soon find ourselves back at his place. We start kissing from the very steps of the building, losing our balance from time to time and bumping the railing. He's struggling to get the keys to unlock the door and I laugh softly at his clumsiness. Look who's clumsy now. I laugh. I'm sorry, but I really need you to stop kissing me if I'll ever be able to open the door. I have to stop? What about you? We both laugh as he gets the keys and opens. After we enter, I remain in the hallway for a minute, looking at him as he takes off his clothes while walking to the bathroom. Are you coming? He turns back, takes my hand and leads me to the bedroom. There. He puts me on the bed and pins me down by getting on top of me and kissing my neck. He unbuttons my shirt and continues to kiss my neck, my chest. His hungry hands caress my body, my legs, my thighs. He's kissing my abdomen as I arch my back. He puts his hand underneath and lifts me more, bringing me closer to him. He's kissing my thighs now while he's reaching to pull down my lingerie. I grab the white, soft sheets on the bed, and I arch yet again, a soft moan escaping my lips. I reach out towards his hair, but my hand goes back to grab the sheets as he puts his head between my legs. I start moaning. I can't contain it. I can see a smirk on his face as he goes down on me again, this time lifting me up. I reach to stroke him and I grab his hair. It feels so good. Oh, Eric. Every inch of my body is pulsing with anticipation. He then kisses my thighs, my abdomen, going up to my neck. He's now on top of me, his hands holding mine down above my head. He sits there, looking at me, not saying anything, just his eyes locked onto mine, our souls entwined. He lifts one hand, holding both my hands with one and stroking my face with the other. My body is burning at his touch. It yearns for more. He finally breaks the silence. I think No, I know He's babbling. I get into an upright position and wrap my hands around him and kiss him on the cheek. He looks at me and he finds the courage to say it out loud. I'm in love with you. He barely finishes his sentence and hides his head down on my chest. I smile as I stroke his hair. I'm in love with you too, silly. He lifts his head and we kiss for a long time. Come on, let's make breakfast and go to sleep afterwards, or we're both going to be zombies on shift. He jokes just as he always does. Arg, I am a vampire, I do not need sleep. I laugh at his imitation of Count Dracula. Okay, but let's go to the kitchen. After breakfast he lifts me up in his arms and carries me to bed. Good morning, sleepyhead, he says while mingling my hair. More like afternoon, I reply, trying to hold a yawn. You start today, right? Yes, but... I pause. I know we can go together considering I am already at your place, but I do need to get home, change and get everything I need. Okay, I'll drop you off at your place and head out to work. I need to get some papers ready for court day, so this will give me some extra time. It's settled then, now come here and kiss me. So bossy, he laughs. Chapter 4. It's my first official day at work as head of the crime scene department in Las Vegas. The day is mostly filled with administrative tasks, receiving and reading everyone's files, getting a comprehensive tour of the facility, and being introduced to the myriad departments that make up our intricate operation. The atmosphere is bustling with a sense of urgency and purpose, a reminder of the critical work we do here. I've been called to a few meetings with the sheriff, a figure with years of experience etched into his stern demeanor. Alongside him is Maxine, a high-ranking member of CSI. Her reputation precedes her, she's known for her sharp intellect and meticulous attention to detail. Despite the gravity of the job, there's a palpable camaraderie among the team, a sense of shared mission that is both inspiring and humbling. As I navigate through the introductions and protocols, the weight of my new responsibilities begins to settle in. This isn't just a job, it's a commitment to justice, to uncovering truths hidden in the shadows. As the day progresses, I find myself eager to dive into the challenges ahead, knowing that each piece of evidence we uncover brings us one step closer to solving the mysteries that haunt this city. Just as I was heading back to my office, the sheriff invites me to take a seat at the table in the break room. Your car didn't arrive yet. It might take a couple of days, which means you'll need a driver if you are to head out to crime scenes. I could be her driver. Eric volunteers. Of course he does. Pissed about the delay in my car arriving, I joke, a bit sarcastic. So if you'll be my designated driver, we should just pick if we move to my place or yours, right? I wasn't expecting a response, I wasn't expecting anything actually, and yet. I think you should move in with me. My jaw dropped to the floor. Sheriff's and Maxine's as well. Silence. No one was saying anything. I know it's soon and all, but think about it. If we get called in, we'll be able to get there much faster if leaving from the same place rather than two different places. Consider traffic, getting ready, carrying your kit on and off the car. Are you sure you want me to move to your place? Of course. I'll help you pack after work if that suits you. Just as he says it, Clara Colt, who was passing by, offers to help as well. I can help. I'm great with packing and moving. Thank you, it will go much faster if there's more of us. The team heads out and I go to my office to follow up with a few emails. Shift's over, it's packing time. I go in the car with Eric and Clara tails us. Let's divide and conquer. Clara, you take the bedroom, Eric living room, and I'll take the kitchen. I possibly can't live without my kitchen tools. Both of them follow me curiously and are amazed by the multitude of pans and cake and muffins and everything baking and my chef knives set. Are you sure you're okay with me taking the bedroom? I mean, it's personal. No biggie. Just throw in some clothes in a box and whatever you think I might need for work mostly. She heads to the bedroom and starts packing. After about half an hour we all got a full box of stuff. I couldn't find your makeup anywhere so I didn't pack it in the box. Oh, thank you. I don't have anything makeup related. As we are heading to the cars, Clara asks. So, where are you moving? By the looks of it, it seemed you just moved here. My answer catches her off guard and she almost dropped the box. Eric's place. Wah? Yeah, sorry, I was about to get to that tomorrow and inform everyone at work. But since you are here, let's go to Eric's and I'll tell you all about it. But as a short version, we're together and my car didn't arrive and he's sort of my driver until I get my car and he asked me to move in with him. Sure, makes sense. She still looks shocked but also amused so we head out to Eric's. Clara helps us carry the boxes in and bids us good night. Should we unpack? He asks looking at the boxes filling now his hallway. PFFF, sure, let's get everything in order and be done with. He hugs me and asks. What is it? Are you okay? I only wanted a shower and sleep. Was that too much? I pretend to whine. He laughs. We can do this another time. I don't wait for him to finish. No, we do it now or else I'll lose my mind. I mean, look at this pile. We both start laughing. I will go make space for you in the dressing, you can start with the kitchen if you want. That sounds perfect, thank you. After a few hours everything is in place. His home is now my own, ours. Should we have a quick bite before clocking in some sleep? Do we have any food to prepare something with? I look and gesture to the empty fridge. Oh shoot. We didn't get any groceries. I was supposed to buy something after work but... Boxes, yeah, I know. I might have something for a sandwich. We could share it. I would rather get some sleep and we'll buy something to eat before we head to work. I agree, I'm beat. I hate moving, all the packing and unpacking. He hugs and kisses me. But, he smiles, now we live together. I get to look at you every second. I get to fall asleep and wake up with you. I smile and kiss him. You are certainly right. I kiss his forehead and wish him good night. Chapter 5. Next day we arrive together at work. Just as we step out from the elevator, Eric goes to greet Clara who's sipping on a coffee and I head over to Maxine to tell her about the meeting I plan on having. I gather everyone in her office and formally introduce myself. I know they've seen me around and probably they've been told about me, but still. Hi, I just wanted to formally introduce myself. I am the new head of the department. I was brought here after the last incident. It was either me or the IAB. I don't want to be anyone's enemy, I am here to help Maxine run the place so we're all on the same team. I notice Maxine tense up knowing she basically got supervision, extra shit to deal with, me. I continue. Not only that but I am also in a relationship with your colleague, Eric Sands. It has been cleared by the HR already. Not that it's anyone's concern but here I am being open about everything. I want us to be able to work together as a team. I know I am the new kid and believe me it sucks but here we are. Thank you and dismissed. They all rush out, some giving me looks and others trying to find out more from Eric. Just as I am about to head out of the office, here comes the sheriff with a very angry IAB lady. You summoned me here because... She's pissed and I am the target of her anger. I know you asked for a supervisor to be named but I just got here and I want to get to work alongside everyone before being able to pronounce and a week is not enough time. Just throw their names in a hat, pick one and there you go. You think you're funny, don't you? Well, let me tell you this. Go F yourself. Hey ladies, let's not get ahead of ourselves here, said the sheriff. Fine, you have until the end of next month or else I will make sure to make your life a living hell. She storms out and the sheriff follows her, but not before giving both me and Maxine an apologetic look. Lovely lady, isn't she? Maxine points out sarcastically. Indeed. Look Maxine, I know you don't like me, I know this is your baby. I promise I will do everything in my power to make our collaboration as smooth as possible. I don't want to overstep or something, but I do need to know we're on the same page. Call me Max, she says. And that moment I knew we were going to be a team, a great one. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a huge pile of folders begging for my attention. Join the club, darling, that's how it is for us. Well, maybe some more for you because you also need to sign mine off as well. As I am heading for my office, dragging my legs, I mean folders, I am more of an outdoor kind of person, but they need tending. I notice a bit of a crowd in the break room, so I enter. All of you are on break just after the meeting, right after shift start? Some try to get out quickly, but I am more or less blocking the door. I notice Eric in a corner of the room, avoiding my gaze. Spit it out, all of you. What's the deal? Silence, nobody was saying a word. Let's try a different approach. Whoever opens their mouth first get an out-of-jail-free card from my wrath. We were just asking Eric about you, said a lab tech. Can I go now? Yes, you may go. Anyone else wants to add something? Eric opens his mouth. Maybe we should all return to work and just leave it be. Fine, everyone back to work, except for you. I point at Eric. You, in my office. Shut the door behind you. The curious eyes were already gathering around the glass office, pretending to have business in close vicinity just so they might see or hear anything. I am sorry. I didn't mean for it to come out like that. It's just that I didn't want everyone to hate you. As you said, you are the new kid here and everyone is quick to pass judgment. Eric, I appreciate your concern, but I promise you I am a grown-up woman and I can take care of myself. I didn't come here to make friends and I certainly don't need anyone to like me. I am a woman of action and that will speak louder than words. Give me the credit of making it my way, like I always did. I guess I just wanted everyone to know how awesome you are. He pauses. You are right and I will support you however you need. I can't wait for us to get home to be able to kiss you. He laughs softly. I know what you mean. You may go. I gesture for the door and for Max to come in. Making friends from day one, I see. Technically it's day 2, but Eric seems to share your opinion. He is a smart guy. This is who I am. I always speak my mind and I am direct about what I need or about my intentions. The sooner this is learnt, the better. I didn't come here to tell you how to do your job. I came here to give you these. She hands me 2 folders. Oh goody, more folders for me. I start laughing. I know what you mean, but these are actually the 2 I wanted to name as supervisors. You'll find my arguments there as well as my worries. I thought we were supposed to name 1 supervisor, not 2. I think it will be more beneficial to have 2 of them. There are 2 of us, to make us more efficient. Is it not? I see what you did there and I fully agree with you, but I will leave these aside. I place the folders in a drawer and continue. I promise I will look at them, but if I look now, I will not be able to be impartial. As I said, I want to work with them in the field so I could get at least an idea about who and how and why. I understand. May I give you some advice? Will it make a difference if I said yes or no? I know you are being sarcastic, but just to humor you, no, it would not matter. So, my advice is to tell them. If you so plan on being so open and direct, let them know. I was meaning to, and then they did the whole break room thing and Could you ask them to join us in my office, please? Of course, darling. Everyone is here. Great, thank you. Meeting after meeting. Yeah, you hate it, I'll make it quick. Maxine and I are on a tight leash to appoint some supervision. Maxine decided on 2 supervisors, and although I fully support her decision on 2, not just 1, I need to get to work with you and assess your abilities. That doesn't mean you are under microscope or that it's a test for you to impress me. Number. I'm new, I don't know any of you. Yes, I read your folders, your case-solving rate and all. But the paper is paper and the outside world is something else. Thank you all, dismissed. Maxine finished. Thanks Max. You are welcome darling. I'll leave you to your folders now, they might get jealous if they don't get your attention soon. Ha ha, good one. Chapter 6. After a few hours I finish the last of them folders. Just as I am about to get some coffee, I get the alert all hands on deck. I look around, but I can't see Eric. I still don't have my own car, so I am a bit dependent of being driven to and from the crime scene. You thought I left without you, didn't you? For a minute there, yes, I did. I am hurt. Let's get a move on. We get to his car and we drive to Henderson. What do we got here? Quadruple mom. All DBs are upstairs. Blood all over the place. Okay people, let's hug the walls until we know more. And with that, we get started. Clara Colt and Megan Collins were already at the location. They decided to start from the backyard and make their way in through the kitchen whilst me and Eric entered the front door. The stairs to our right were all bloody and so was the wall beneath them. Just as we decided he'll take the first floor and I start right there with processing, a suspect emerged from the closet door and had us at gunpoint. Who the fuck cleared the premises? Escaped my lips. Just then Clara and Megan came from the kitchen and we were all under the suspect's control. Just put the gun down. We tried to tell him. But he would not budge. While I was looking around for something, for a possible solution, escape, anything, I saw a small half-blood smeared palm print on the wall just beneath the stairs and my first thought was maybe there's a small compartment there, maybe a kid hid inside. The police have the house surrounded. Just drop the gun and everything will be good. Clara was trying to convince him. Don't worry, they'll get us, look they're already coming in through the first floor. I stated boldly and looked at the top of the stairs while shouting now. That moment I grabbed the gun and lifted it in the air while Clara grabbed his hand and Eric smacked him to the floor. Miss Collins was still frozen, her eyes following our movements but her body still. We got the suspect in our custody and police carried him outside to the car. I was beyond pissed. Who is responsible for this mess? Who sent my team there without it being clear? I kept shouting from inside the house. The sheriff, who was present, tried to calm things down. But I kneeled down to speak to the wall, showing my guys the small blood marks. After a bit of talk and a lot of convincing, a little boy opens the door and jumps into my arms. Let's get you checked out and put a bandage on your hand there. I took the small boy to the ambulance and returned to speak with the sheriff and one of the detectives. Megan and Clara went back to the garden and Derek inside. I was still talking to the detective when I saw the suspect looking repeatedly at the house, at the top floor window. Without hesitation I opened the door and grabbed his collar. Is there anyone else in the house? Where are they? Are they armed? After a few moments he confessed to someone else being in the house, hiding in the attic. Eric was headed there. My heart was as small as a flea. I grabbed my radio, but what if me alerting him will make the suspect take drastic action? I needed to think. CSI's come to my location, I need help in processing something from our suspect. I need all your assistance, now please. Drop anything else and move now. Clara and Megan were the first to appear and just a few seconds later Eric stepped through the door. Once he was outside a few police officers burst through the doors and went to apprehend the other suspect. I didn't know what to say, I didn't want to alert the other suspect, I just wanted you safe, here. I explained to my team. It was a good call, Clara comforted me. We all looked at the door as the police were bringing out a young woman who was kicking and screaming as she was dragged. Down at the station nobody was able to link the woman and the man we apprehend. And it seemed we were still missing one more suspect. Whilst in interview Clara comes with new evidence and shows us a familial match to the woman's DNA. A brother, of course. We step out to gather more information and the detective on case finally finds the link. Her brother is out first suspect's best friend. They both got quite a rap sheet and a lot of them together. She just got involved because she wanted to help her big brother. Back at the lab, we are getting ready to go home. We just pulled a double solving this. But just before leaving, team, let's go for breakfast. I'm buying. I say. Indeed you are, I mean if you know what is good for you. Chris said. He's a young level 1 CSI that speaks his mind before thinking of the consequences. But now there were none. What he said was true. So, we all head out for breakfast. The team, exhausted but satisfied with their night's work, heads to their usual 24-hour diner, Benny's. It's a cozy little place with retro decor, red leather booths, and a jukebox in the corner that plays classic hits. The smell of fresh coffee and sizzling bacon fills the air as they walk in. The bell above the door is jingling to announce their arrival. Rosie, a cheerful woman in her 60s, waves from behind the counter, with a warm smile. Well, look who it is. The night shift heroes. Your usual booth is open. Thanks, Rosie. Coffee all around, please. You got it, Honorable. Coming right up. She heads to get the coffee pot. I swear, I don't think I could have stayed awake another minute back at the lab, Chris stated. Jamie was soon to follow. Tell me about it. My eyes are burning. But it was worth it, nailing those 3. Yeah, it's always satisfying to see all the pieces fall into place. Clara, that was a great catch with the DNA. Eric compliments his colleague. Thanks. But it was a team effort. We all played a part. Clara is modest as always. I join in the chat. True. And now, we reward ourselves with some well-deserved breakfast. What's everyone having? Chris appears to be soaking in the menu. I'm going all out. Pancakes, bacon, eggs, the works. Jamie agrees. Same here. Might as well go big. Clara is a lady of course, and she's not interested in bankrupting me as the other 2 seem to want. I think I'll stick with my usual, veg omelette and a side of toast. Rosie returning with the coffee. Alright, let me get those orders in. Anything else for you? I'll have whatever Eric's having. Thanks. Eric gestures to the pancakes with milkshake on the cover of the menu. You got it. And she heads back to the kitchen. Clara seems lost on thoughts while sipping her coffee. So, what do we think our pups were up to? Seems like a lot of trouble for just a sibling favor. Maybe the brother owed the best friend a big one. Seems like they have a history. Chris tries to conclude. I do agree with his conclusion, I mean. Yeah, their rap sheets read like a crime novel. I'm just glad we caught them before things escalated. I'm curious about the motive though. Why drag the sister into it? Eric joins in. Desperation, probably. People do irrational things when family is involved. Clara is wiser and puts our conclusions to rest. We'll dig deeper tomorrow. Right now, let's just enjoy our breakfast and some downtime. Rosie, returning with plates of food. Here you go, hot off the grill. Enjoy, everyone. All of us thank Rosie. This is exactly what I needed. You really do know what's good for us, boss. Chris said with his mouth half full. I am laughing at his urgency to stuff his mouth and talk at the same time. Of course I do. But do try to swallow before you speak. Everyone is laughing. Jamie continues. So, any plans for the rest of the day? Besides sleep, of course. I'm thinking of a long bath and then curling up with a book. Something light and fun. Adds Clara. Jamie seems to like her idea. That sounds perfect. I might do the same, actually. Need to recharge. Same here. Let's all get some rest. We'll tackle whatever comes next with fresh minds. Well said, Eric, I add. As they eat, the camaraderie and mutual respect among the team are evident. They chat and laugh, letting the tension of the night's work melt away. With the case solved and breakfast enjoyed, they head home, ready to recharge and take on the next challenge together. Chapter 7. The next day at the lab, Maxine needs my assistance, which means I won't be able to join the team at any of the crime scenes. Instead, We dive into a mountain of paperwork and administrative folders that seem never-ending. As we sift through the documents, we engage in small talk to help pass the time, our pens scratching against the paper. Maxine starts sharing stories and insights about the lab, her eyes reflecting a wealth of experience. "You know," she begins, her voice a mix of pride and lingering tension, "there was a time I almost lost the team." I look up from the paperwork, intrigued. "What happened?" She sighs, leaning back in her chair. "Jamie decided to go head-to-head with a notorious drug lord. It was reckless, dangerous. He put the entire team's safety at risk." "Wow," I respond, imagining the intensity of the situation. "That must have been terrifying for everyone involved." Maxine nods, a shadow crossing her face. "It was. We were working a case that led us straight into the lion's den. Jamie thought he could handle it, but things quickly spiraled out of control." I can hear the mix of admiration and frustration in her voice. "How did you manage to keep the team together after that?" "It wasn't easy," she admits. "I had to rebuild trust, ensure everyone that their safety was a priority. Jamie's actions, while brave, could have cost us dearly." I pause, thinking about the weight of leadership and the decisions that come with it. "You must have a lot of faith in Jamie to have kept him on after that." Maxine smiles faintly. "He's got a good heart and an incredible instinct for this work. But sometimes, his passion blinds him to the risks. It's a balance I've yet to help him find." As we continue sorting through the paperwork, the conversation shifts. "You seem to have a special regard for Rihanna," I note, curious about her repeated mentions. "Rihanna's something else," Maxine says, her tone softening. "She's hardworking, eager to learn. Reminds me a bit of myself when I was starting out. I've noticed Jamie seems quite taken with her," I remark, carefully. Maxine chuckles. "Yes, I've seen that too. It's complicated. Workplace relationships often are. But if anyone can handle it, it's those two." We spend hours working in Maxine's office, the hum of activity outside a constant reminder of the world beyond our paperwork. Just as the shift is about to end, we receive a call to assist Miss Shiz and Mr. Sands at a new scene. The urgency in the caller's voice propels us into action. I grab my kit, and Maxine and I head out, driving through the neon-lit streets of Las Vegas. When we arrive, our team is already on site, efficiently setting up their equipment. Connor, the sheriff, is there as well, his presence a steadying force amidst the chaos. The scene is a flurry of activity, and as we step into the thick of it, I can't help but feel a surge of anticipation. "Fancy seeing you at a crime scene, again." I press. Both houses are registered to someone very high up, so I need to show my face. We group with our guys. "Max, where do you want to start? How about you let them lead on that house and you observe, and I'll take the smaller house on the right. It might help you with your conclusions on the supervisor positions." She smirks. Said and done. The house has 3 points of entry: back door, side door and front door. Rihanna takes the side while Eric and I front. We step inside a giant hallway, walls adorned with paintings. As we take it all in, Rihanna joins us. "Wow. This hall is bigger than my entire apartment." "I'll go upstairs," Eric says and starts walking towards the giant staircase. Click. He stepped on something. Rihanna was just about to open the kitchen door, but I shout to stop her. "Nobody move." But she already has her hand on the doorknob. "Rihanna, whatever you do, don't move your hand away and don't press any firmer." "Eric, don't move your leg." I take the radio and... we might have a bomb. Stand by for confirmation. I get to my knees and try to get a floorboard out so I can take a look underneath, hoping the click we all heard was just a screeching old floorboard. My hopes are instantly shattered. It really is a bomb under Eric's foot. I get my radio again. I confirm it is a bomb. "Get out of there," the sheriff shouts into the radio. It might be too late for that. Eric stepped on it and Rihanna grabbed a doorknob which I think is rigged as well. "Get back here, that's an order." "No can do. I don't really take orders. We're going to wait for the bomb squad." Maxine just finished talking with them. ETA. Unfortunately, with the roadblocks and everything that is going on in the city, they won't get here fast. We need to wait anywhere from 60 to 90 minutes. By the time they get here, this thing can go off. I am not leaving. Now shut up and let me concentrate. Belle, come outside and we'll figure it out. Quiet. I need to ... What the actual? This Fuka used only red cables, for everything. Okay, I see you're stubborn as a mule. How can I be of assistance? His voice trembling when asking. Sheriff, do us a favor and take a peek through the kitchen window and tell me if the Reno's door is rigged or not. It is. Shoot ... means I need an extra pair of hands. You're crazy, I hope you know what you're doing. Now tell me what to do. Welcome on board, Sheriff. I laugh off nervously. Grab a plier, steady your hand and open that shit very very gently. Belle, maybe you and the sheriff should just get out of here. We'll understand, we'll wait for the bomb squad, said Eric while gesturing towards Rihanna. Could you please just let me do this? I really need to concentrate and you talking doesn't help. Did you open it, Sheriff? Yes. Wait, Eric tries to shout but it's more like a whisper. Sheriff, wait. Eric, what is it this time? I just wanted to say I. He takes a deep breath. I love you. I smile and I get up and move slowly near him. I stroke his face as I smile and say I love you too, but now I need you to trust me. He nods. Cable color, Sheriff? Red as well. Well, at least the bomber is consistent. But using the same color is very tricky. Maxine? I am already ahead of you, searching for anything about same color cable on bombs in the database. Thank you. Are you ready, Sheriff? I swear if we get out of this alive, we will, as long as you follow my instructions, Sheriff. After this, call me Connor. Okay, you cut when I say so. We'll cut all 3 cables, together. I'm ready. Tension was building up and we all took a deep breath as if we were about to submerge underwater. We cut on now. Ready. Small pause. Now. I shout with all my being. And we cut. I have my eyes squeezed closed. I finally let out a breath and look up. Eric gently steps away from your spot with as little movement as possible. Rihanna releases your hand and retrace the same steps you did as coming in. Sheriff? With half a breath, I told you to call me Connor. Okay, Connor, let's get the hell out of here. Regroup at the car. Everyone is shook up. It's okay, baby, it's okay, Maxine keeps saying to Rihanna while comforting her and stroking her shoulder. Eric seems rather composed, especially compared to how he was inside, but even so, the minute I am close enough, he wraps his hands around me and hides his face in my neck almost as if he was about to cry and didn't want anyone to see. It's okay, you're okay, I stroke his hair. Everyone is here, you'll be fine. He lifts his head and looks at me. I really thought. Next time have a little faith in me. I bump him in the shoulder trying to ease out the tension. How did you know what to do? Well, what if I told you I saw it on YouTube? Eric is about to open his mouth in amazement but the sheriff speaks. She's obviously joking. She had some training in the area so she was the closest thing we had to a bomb squad. But yeah, she winged it. Anyone would have. I mean, who uses the same colored cables on everything? I laugh. Let's head back to the lab, gather whatever we can find in the database and we'll be back after bomb squad clears the place, which will probably mean in a few hours. I turn to Eric and say, "Gimme the keys, I'll drive." Without a word he complies and hands them over. "I'll go with Rihanna and we'll get the other car later," adds Max. Just when we're about to drive off, boom, both houses go up in flames. The explosion is so strong it shakes us within the cars. "Is everyone okay?" radios their sheriff. Max is the first to confirm. "We're good, just a small bump in the steering wheel for me, but nothing serious." Next is Eric. "We're good but we can't get out. Something is blocking the doors." On a better look on his side of the car there's a cement pole that was probably blasted by the explosion, and on my side, that's a different story. On my side is one very crisp DB. While we wait to be able to be busted out of the car, The fire department arrives and so does the ambulance. First thing they do is check Maxine's head wound and rule it out as superficial. Soon we're able to get out, on Eric's side, as they moved the pole, but nobody touches the DB. We're waiting for the coroner to arrive. As we wait for the first department to give us the all clear, the team gathers by the car, the tension palpable yet tempered by camaraderie. The morning air is cool, and the distant hum of the city provides a steady backdrop to our quiet conversation. The sheriff, standing with his hands apologetically thrown in the air, breaks the silence. "I don't doubt your skills regarding earlier," he says, his tone earnest. "But I thought you defused those 2 bombs. Sitting beside Eric, the response comes with a calm assurance. "No offense taken, Sheriff," I say, offering a smile. "And to answer your question, yes, those bombs were defused. Even if they hadn't been, they wouldn't have packed such force." The sheriff looks puzzled. "What do you mean?" I lean forward, my expression serious. "Those bombs were designed to take out the person right next to them. At most, they could have harmed a few bystanders, but they were nowhere near capable of causing the kind of destruction we saw tonight." Maxine nods in agreement, adding, "The blast radius and intensity we witnessed suggest a much more sophisticated device. Someone out there has escalated their game." The sheriff sighs, running a hand through his hair. "It's hard to keep up with the ever-evolving threats we face. I trust your judgment, Maxine, Belle. We need to get to the bottom of this quickly." Maxine's eyes narrow with determination. "We will, Sheriff. This is our top priority now." The conversation lulls as we reflect on the gravity of the situation. The team, though exhausted, is united in purpose. Moments later, our radios crackle to life, signaling that the first department has given the all-clear. We rise as one, ready to dive back into the fray. As we head towards the scene, Maxine turns to me and says, "Stay sharp. This isn't going to be easy, but I have faith in our team." I nod, feeling the weight of her words. "We'll get through this, Maxine. Together." We approach the site with renewed resolve, each step bringing us closer to uncovering the truth behind the night's events. The city may be full of dangers, but with a team like ours, there's no challenge we can't face. The air is thick with the lingering scent of smoke and charred debris as we approach. The once bustling house now stands as a skeletal ruin, its walls blackened and roof partially collapsed. The scene is eerily silent, save for the occasional creak of cooling metal. Our team moves with purpose. I, as the head of the CSI department, lead the charge, with Maxine at my side. Rihanna, a keen CSI Level 3 with an insatiable curiosity, follows closely, her eyes wide with a mixture of excitement and determination. Eric, also a CSI Level 3, is calm and focused, his sharp mind already working through possible scenarios. "All right team," I say, gathering them in a huddle. "Let's split up and cover the key areas. Rihanna, you take the east side of the building. Eric, you handle the west. Maxine and I will cover the central area where the explosion seems to have originated. Collect anything that looks out of place or could be linked to the cause of the fire and explosion." We disperse, each member moving with practiced efficiency. The ground is treacherous with debris, but our training keeps us steady. Rihanna approaches a cluster of burnt grates, her eyes scanning for any clues. She carefully sifts through the ashes, using a small brush to uncover fragments of a device. "Hey, I think I found part of a detonator," she calls out, her voice tinged with excitement. Eric, on the west side, meticulously examines the remnants of a broken window. He notices scorch marks that seem to radiate outward. These marks suggest the explosion's epicenter was definitely inside the building, he notes, making sure to photograph the evidence before bagging anything. Maxine and I move to the center of the house, where the damage is most severe. The floor is littered with twisted metal and shattered glass. We carefully navigate through the wreckage, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. "Look at this," Maxine says, kneeling beside a partially melted container. "It's likely the accelerant. We'll need to get a sample to the lab." I nod, taking out a vial to collect some of the residue. This might give us a clue about what kind of explosive was used. As we work, I notice something glinting under a pile of debris. I carefully lift a piece of metal to reveal a small, charred piece of paper. It's mostly burned, but a portion of it remains legible. Looks like part of a note, I say, reading the visible words aloud. Apostrophe ... Take care of it tonight. Maxine's eyes narrow. Could be a clue about the timing and perhaps the motive. We'll need to analyze it further. Rihanna and Eric join us in the center, their evidence bags filled with various fragments and samples. I found some traces of wiring and what looks like a circuit board, Rihanna reports. Eric holds up a small, metallic object. And this could be part of a timer. We regroup and review our findings. From what we've collected, I begin, it appears the explosion was triggered by a time device, possibly placed in that central area where Maxine and I found the accelerant. Maxine nods. The scorch marks and the placement of the detonator fragments support that theory. This wasn't just a random fire, it was a planned attack. Rihanna adds, and the note suggests someone was instructed to take care of it tonight. We need to find out who and why. Eric looks thoughtful. Given the sophistication of the device, it's likely we're dealing with someone with expertise in explosives. We should cross-reference this with any known suspects who fit that profile. I agree. Good work, everyone. Let's get this evidence back to the lab for further analysis. We're starting to piece together a picture, but we need more information to understand the full scope of what happened here. As we pack up our gear, the weight of the investigation settles on our shoulders. This is just the beginning, but with each clue we uncover, we get closer to revealing the truth behind the bombing. The city may be filled with shadows, but our team is ready to shine a light on the darkness, one piece of evidence at a time. Chapter 8. The drive back. It's mostly silent. I'm looking out the window when Eric breaks the silence. We could have. I interrupt him abruptly. Don't even go there. Don't you go there. We weren't. That's all that matters. I meant what I told you back then. It wasn't just because I thought I'm going to. His voice starts to tremble. I know and I mean it. I love you. I think I loved you ever since the beginning. Me, too. I love you, Belle. I place my hand on his and rest my head on his shoulder. Back at the lab, the atmosphere is charged with focused energy as each department begins to analyze the samples from the case, each team working within their area of expertise. The hum of equipment and the quiet murmur of discussions fill the air, creating a symphony of scientific inquiry. I stand at the center of the activity, overseeing the progress and coordinating between departments. Maxine is beside me, her sharp eyes monitoring the flow of information. Let's start with the chemical analysis, I suggest, nodding toward the team handling the accelerant residue. The forensic chemists, led by Dr. Patterson, are already at work. They carefully examine the sample Maxine and I collected, running it through a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, GCMAS. The machine whirs softly as it processes the sample, breaking it down into its chemical components. Dr. Patterson glances at the screen and frowns slightly. Interesting. The accelerant appears to be a blend of gasoline and a more volatile substance. This mixture would create a highly explosive reaction. Maxine leans in, studying the data. That would explain the intense heat and rapid spread of the fire. Next, we move to the bomb squad specialists, who are analyzing the fragments Rihanna and Eric collected. They're meticulously piecing together the remnants of the detonator and the circuit board. These components are consistent with a homemade explosive device, one of the specialists, Officer Trent, explains. The timer mechanism is sophisticated, likely put together by someone with extensive knowledge of electronics. I nod, absorbing the information. I don't know if it matters, but on the smaller two bombs, I diffused all the cables were red. It actually might prove as very useful information. Thank you for sharing it with me. What about the wiring and the metallic object Eric found? I continue to ask. Trent examines the wiring under a magnifying glass. This wiring is insulated in a way that suggests it's been modified for high heat resistance. The metallic object appears to be part of the triggering mechanism, possibly a pressure sensor. Rihanna is at another station, analyzing the partially burned note. She uses specialized software to enhance the legible parts of the text and attempts to reconstruct the missing sections. The note is handwritten, which might help us identify the author, she says, her voice tinged with excitement. I'll run it through our database to see if we get a match on the handwriting. Eric is reviewing the security footage from the vicinity of the house, hoping to spot any suspicious activity before the explosion. He pauses the video at a crucial moment. I think I've got something, he calls out. A figure entering the building around the estimated time of the explosion. They're wearing a hoodie, so we can't see their face, but this could be our suspect. Maxine and I join Eric, scrutinizing the footage. Can we enhance the image? I ask. Eric nods. I'll work on it. Maybe we can identify some distinctive features or at least get a better look at their build and gait. But how? How was this possible? We were there, the police was there. Everyone was still shaken from our previous encounter with the bombs, and maybe they waited till we got in our cars. Still, they have had to been quite desperate to go for it with everyone still there. Desperate enough to hide a murder with a huge explosion and hope all will be destroyed in the fire? Did we get anything from our DB? Still a John Doe and everything is to burn to get us anything. Meanwhile, the digital forensics team is examining the circuit board, looking for any unique signatures or components that could lead us to a specific source or individual. This type of board is often used in advanced hobbyist kits, one of the techs explains. We might be able to trace its purchase if we're lucky. Hours pass as each team dives deeper into their analyses. The lab buzzes with activity, the pieces of the puzzle slowly coming together. Finally, we reconvene in the main briefing room to share our findings. Based on the chemical analysis, we know the accelerant was a potent mix designed to maximize the explosion, Dr. Patterson begins. Officer Trent follows, detailing the bomb's construction. The device was sophisticated, indicating our suspect has significant expertise in explosives. Rihanna presents her progress on the note. I've enhanced the handwriting and run it through our database. We don't have a match yet, but the style suggests someone with formal education, possibly engineering or technical training. Eric updates us on the security footage. I've enhanced the video as much as possible. While we can't see the suspect's face, their build is distinctive. We're running it through our database to see if we get any hits. I take a moment to synthesize the information. It's clear we're dealing with a highly skilled individual or group. The motive is still unclear, but the level of planning suggests this was a targeted attack. Maxine nods. We need to cross-reference this with any recent threats or cases involving explosives. Let's also consider any disgruntled former employees or individuals with a grudge against the house owners. As the meeting concludes, there's a sense of determination among the team. We're getting closer to understanding the who and the why behind the bombing. The path ahead is challenging, but with each piece of evidence, we move one step closer to justice. The city may be full of dangers, but with our combined expertise, we're ready to face whatever comes next. Days turn into a week and double shifts have turned to triple or even sleeping at the office for an hour and getting back to it. As the investigation progresses, each piece of evidence meticulously analyzed and connected. The team's dedication and hard work begin to pay off, leading us closer to solving the case. One morning, Eric bursts into the lab, a triumphant look on his face. I've got something, he announces. The security footage analysis yielded a match. The build and gait of our suspect match a known individual, Marcus Lang, a former employee. He was fired 6 months ago for stealing company property. Maxine and I exchange glances. That gives us a solid lead. What else do we know about Lang? I ask. Rihanna chimes in, holding up a file. Lang has a background in engineering, specializing in electronics. He's had several run-ins with the law, mostly minor offenses, but his expertise fits with the sophistication of the bomb. We immediately begin cross-referencing Lang's background with other pieces of evidence. The note Rihanna analyzed matches his handwriting, and further investigation reveals he recently purchased materials that could be used to construct the bomb. With enough evidence to support our suspicion, we coordinate with the local police to apprehend Marcus Lang. The operation is swift. The police arrest Lang at his apartment, where they find additional incriminating evidence, detailed plans of the house, more bomb-making materials, and notes linking him to the crime. In the interrogation room, Lang initially denies everything. However, confronted with the overwhelming evidence, he begins to crack. Maxine and I take turns questioning him, applying the right amount of pressure. "You were fired unfairly, weren't you, Marcus?" I say, leaning in. "They took everything from you." Lang's eyes flash with anger. "They ruined my life," he snaps. "I wanted them to pay. And you made them pay," Maxine adds, her voice calm but firm. "You meticulously planned and executed this attack." Lang's shoulders slump. "I didn't mean for anyone to get hurt," he mutters. "I just wanted them to suffer like I did." With Lang's confession, we now have a complete picture. We compile the evidence, the security footage, the handwriting match, the bomb materials found in his apartment, and his confession. The case against him is airtight. During the trial, the prosecution presents our findings in detail. The judge and jury hear about Lang's motive, his technical expertise, and the meticulous planning that went into the attack. The defense tries to argue that Lang didn't intend to cause such extensive harm, but the evidence is overwhelming. After a brief deliberation, the jury returns with a guilty verdict. Lang is convicted on multiple charges, including arson, attempted murder, and possession of explosive devices. He is sentenced to a lengthy prison term, ensuring he won't pose a threat to society for a long time. Back at the lab, there's a palpable sense of relief and accomplishment. The team gathers for a brief meeting, reflecting on the case. "Great work, everyone," I say, looking around at my colleagues. "This was a challenging case, but we brought justice to those affected by Lang's actions." Maxine nods, a rare smile on her face. "We couldn't have done it without each of you. Now, let's take a moment to breathe and then prepare for whatever comes next." Rihanna, still buzzing with energy, adds, "I've learned so much from this case. I'm ready for the next challenge." Eric grins. "We've set the bar high, but I'm confident we can handle anything." As we wrap up the meeting, I feel a sense of pride in our team. We've navigated through a complex web of evidence and emerged victorious. The city is a little safer tonight because of our efforts. With Lang behind bars and the case closed, we turn our attention to the next challenge on the horizon. The work of a CSI never stops, and we're ready to face whatever comes our way, united in our mission to seek the truth and deliver justice. This resolution ties up the case neatly, providing closure and setting the stage for the next case. Tired, but happy and content, we dare head home. Home, a place I haven't seen in days. Chapter 9. Eric is ecstatic that we close the case and we can finally go home, together. Although we work together and live together, during this case, we barely saw each other. "We are home at least, my lady," Eric smiles while opening the door and making a bow. I can't help but to giggle. "Indeed we are, kind sir." His eyes lit up after seeing I entered his game. He takes my hand and we go inside. Giggles and kisses follow us through the hallway. I missed you so much," he keeps saying between kisses, but suddenly his energy shifts as his eyes turn wet. "I was so scared." "I'm here, we're here, everything is okay." He collapses in my arms and starts sobbing softly. I kneel beside him and I wrap my hands around him, covering him up. He held up so much for the case and yet he was so hurt. "I am sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were hurting. I should have checked on you more." No, don't be sorry. You saved my life. I am still alive because of you. It's not your fault. And don't blame yourself, you didn't need to check on me, you had to do your job and I had to do mine. We're in this together. Through all the bad and the good. Always. Come on, let's get you up, let's go over there. Can you make it to the chair? Here, up you go. Sit, I will make some tea and then we can talk and cuddle and kiss for as long as you want. Can it be forever? He smiles. I giggle as I pour the tea into our cups and cuddle on a chair next to him. I'm here and I'm not going anywhere. And I wouldn't have left that building without you no matter what. He looks at me and kisses my forehead. Can we stay like this for a while longer? He asks, whispering. I don't say anything, I just cuddle closer to him. We remain in our embrace until the last sip of tea is gone, the warmth of our closeness replacing that of our now empty cups. Hand in hand, we make our way to bed, our connection deepening with each step. The next morning, as the first light filters through the curtains, I quietly slip out of bed to prepare a surprise. Hours later, I return with a tray laden with a sumptuous breakfast, placing it gently beside him. His eyes flutter open, and a sleepy smile spreads across his face. Thank you, he says, his voice still husky from sleep. But is this all for me? It's enough to feed an army. I chuckle, settling onto the edge of the bed. Well, I couldn't really sleep, so I've been cooking for the past 3 hours. But... He raises an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. But... Today we're off. Let's do something fun, just for us. No work, no phones, just us. What do you say? His eyes sparkle with anticipation. Yes, please. Let's. I have just the thing in mind. I didn't get to show it to you when I took you touring the first time. I laugh, feeling a rush of affection. Come on, Eric. I thought I was going to do something sweet for you, and here you go, gentlemaning my treat day for you. He reaches out, pulling me into a warm embrace. Oh, come here. You already made my day sweet, spoiling me with breakfast in bed and freshly brewed coffee. I blush, resting my head on his shoulder. How can you be so sweet all the time? Can I at least tell you where I wanted to take you? Please do, he says, his eyes shining. We'll go everywhere. Well, I begin, excitement bubbling up. I got tickets for the Smith Center for the Performing Arts and the Mob Museum. And I was also thinking maybe you'll get to show me the Fremont Street Experience. I read it's nice. His reaction is immediate. Are you serious? He exclaims, nearly knocking over the breakfast tray in his excitement. Yes, why? I ask, laughing at his enthusiasm. I just got the tickets before you woke up. Because it was the same place I was thinking about when I said earlier, I got just the thing in mind. Oh, Eric, that's adorable. He hugs me so tightly I can barely breathe. Great minds think alike. Indeed, they do, he murmurs, his lips finding mine in a kiss that starts tender and quickly grows passionate. We lose ourselves in the moment, our kisses deepening as our hands explore each other's bodies. The breakfast tray is forgotten as we peel away our clothes, our movements urgent and full of desire. The world outside ceases to exist as we give in to the magnetic pull between us, our connection more intense than ever. Later, as we lie entwined, catching our breath, I look into his eyes and see a future full of shared adventures and intimate moments. Today is going to be perfect, I whisper. He nods, brushing a strand of hair from my face. With you, it always is. We eventually rise, ready to start our day of fun and exploration, hand in hand and heart to heart, knowing that whatever the day brings, we'll face it together, with love and laughter. I'm in the hallway jumping up and down waiting for Eric to get ready. He is more than amused at my reaction. What is possibly taking you so long? I moan. I can't find my favorite shoes. You left them by the kitchen door, now hurry. You were right, thank you. Let's go, now. Sorry to burst your bubble but please no buts, it's already late afternoon. And yet. He pauses for dramatic effect or just to annoy me. I still haven't figured it out. Yet what? We need to buy some groceries before we head out. We're running on zero. He gestures. I start laughing so hard that I need to hold my stomach. You do remember I made you breakfast. Which means I had everything I needed because I went shopping before I started cooking. I look at him with raised eyebrows. I did not even think about it. I didn't realize, No worries, we have everything we need, fridge, freezer and cupboards are fully stocked. You are absolutely amazing. He cups my face and gives me a kiss on my nose. I know, Now move your ass out that door or I'm going to move it for you. He grabs my hand and we proceed. What is our first stop? He asks. Well, I was thinking we should stop right there. I gesture with my right hand, for a bubble tea and after straight to the Mafia Museum. It's the Mob Museum, he corrects me. Right, sorry. I didn't realize. We both chuckle. After a few minutes of walking from the parking place, here we are. The Mob Museum, an intriguing dive into the history of organized crime and law enforcement in Las Vegas, loomed before us. As we stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted, echoing with tales of a darker past. This place is intense, I remarked, taking in the exhibits that span decades of criminal history. Artifacts, interactive displays, and even a reconstructed courtroom brought the stories to life. It's a darker side of the city's history, but it's important to understand it, Eric said, his voice thoughtful. Vegas was shaped by these events. We spent hours delving into the gritty underworld of infamous mobsters and the relentless law enforcement efforts that eventually brought them down. The stories were captivating, each display shedding light on a world shrouded in secrecy and danger. One exhibit featured the notorious Bugsy Siegel, his piercing eyes captured in a black and white photograph. Another showcased the meticulous work of undercover agents who risked their lives to infiltrate the mob and more. Thank you, Eric. It's eye-opening, I said as we exited the museum, the weight of history still lingering. I'm glad you think so, he replied, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. History isn't always pretty, but it's part of what makes this city unique. Next, we headed to the Smith Center for the Performing Arts, a stunning Art Deco venue that has become a beacon of culture in Las Vegas. This place is beautiful, I said, marveling at the grand lobby adorned with elegant chandeliers and intricate architectural details. It really is. The Smith Center has brought so much culture to Vegas. I hope you'll enjoy tonight's performance, Eric said, his excitement palpable. We took our seats in the opulent theater, the lights dimming as the curtain rose. The musical we watched was captivating, the talent and production values rivaling anything on Broadway. The actors' voices soared, the choreography was flawless, and the story held us in its spell. As we left the theater, I couldn't stop smiling. That was incredible. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Eric said, his smile mirroring mine. There's so much more to this city than people realize. It has plenty of gems hidden between casinos and strip clubs, you just need to know where to look. I am so lucky to have you by my side. I whispered so softly he could barely hear it. Our final destination for the night is the Fremont Street Experience, a vibrant pedestrian mall in downtown Las Vegas. As we approached, the energy of the place enveloped us. This place is wild, I said, looking up at the massive canopy screen displaying a mesmerizing light show, while the bustling crowds below added to the chaotic charm. It's definitely a different vibe, Eric agreed, a grin spreading across his face. But it's a lot of fun. Let's take a stroll. We walked hand in hand, absorbing the electric atmosphere. Live music filled the air, street performers entertained passers-by, and an eclectic mix of people added to the vibrant tapestry. We stopped at a few quirky shops, each one offering unique trinkets and souvenirs, and sampled delicious street food that tantalized our taste buds. Eric, thank you for showing me all these amazing places, I said as we sat on a bench, watching the light show dance above us. I'm happy to, Eric replied, his eyes twinkling with affection. Vegas has so much to offer, and I'm glad I get to share it with you. As we walked back to his car, a sense of belonging washed over me. I had found my place, not just in the city, but by Eric's side. Las Vegas was starting to feel like home. Just as we arrive home, the first light of dawn begins to peek through the window, casting a soft glow across the room. We stayed out all night, I say, laughing softly, my voice tinged with the joy of our evening. We lost track of time, again, Eric replies, a chuckle escaping his lips. It's something that keeps happening when we're together, I nudge him playfully, our connection palpable. Can you blame me for having such a good time with you? He gives me a puppy dog face, his eyes wide and endearing. Of course not. I'm in the same boat, in case you forgot. We both laugh, our heads resting against each other in a moment of shared intimacy. Laughter turns to silence as we gaze deeply into each other's eyes, a mutual craving for touch and connection growing between us. Our lips meet, and the kiss quickly deepens, the intensity of our desire escalating. He gently pushes me onto the couch, his hands deftly removing my skirt. I grab his t-shirt, pulling it over his head, revealing his toned physique. Our kisses grow more fervent, each one igniting a new spark of passion. Soon, we find ourselves lying naked on the couch, our bodies pressed together, breathing heavily. Eric gently moves a strand of hair away from my face, his fingers tenderly stroking my cheek as he positions himself above me. His touch is both gentle and electrifying, sending shivers down my spine. "I love you, Belle," he whispers, his voice filled with sincerity. "I feel like I won the life lottery with you by my side." "I love you so much," I reply, my voice quivering with emotion. "You stole my heart from the very beginning." He strokes my face once more before slowly pushing himself inside me. I let out a soft moan, the pleasure intensifying with each thrust. His movements are deliberate, building a rhythm that sends waves of ecstasy through my body. "Tell me if I'm going too fast," he murmurs, concern evident in his voice. My moans grow louder, but I manage to say, "Just don't stop." A smile spreads across his face as he kisses my neck, his thrusts becoming deeper and more urgent. Our bodies move in perfect harmony, each sensation heightened by our profound connection. "Ugh!" I gasp, my hands gripping his shoulders as the pleasure becomes overwhelming. The room fills with the sounds of our passion, each moment drawing us closer together. As our bodies reach the peak of ecstasy, we cling to each other, our love reaffirmed in the intensity of our union. Afterward, we lie entwined on the couch, our breathing gradually slowing. Eric gently caresses my back, his touch soothing and comforting. "I never want this to end," he whispers, his lips brushing against my ear. "Neither do I," I reply, feeling a profound sense of contentment. "With you, everything feels perfect." We drift off to sleep in each other's arms, the first light of dawn heralding a new day, but for us, it feels like the continuation of a beautiful dream. Chapter 10. I reach out with my arm, searching for the comforting warmth of Eric's body, but the bed is cold and empty. Disoriented, I open my eyes, blinking against the afternoon's light filtering through the curtains. His absence leaves a hollow ache, and I pull one of his t-shirts over my head, its familiar scent providing a small comfort. Padding softly through the quiet apartment, I first check the kitchen, hoping to find him brewing coffee or making breakfast. The kitchen stands empty, its silence echoing my growing concern. I move to the living room, glancing around for any sign of him, but it's just as still. Just as I begin to worry, I hear the distinctive click of the front door lock. My heart leaps, and I turn to see Eric stepping inside, a wide smile on his face. He holds 2 bubble teas in one hand and a bag of fresh pastries in the other, the sight instantly putting my mind at ease. "Good morning," he says, his eyes lighting up as they meet mine. "I thought we should start our second day off with some bubble teas and fresh pastries." A sigh of relief escapes my lips, and I can't help but smile back at him. "You had me worried for a moment there." "Sorry about that," he says, closing the door behind him and walking over to me. "I wanted to surprise you." "And you did," I reply, stepping into his embrace. The tension melts away as he wraps his arms around me, the warmth of his body a welcome contrast to the cold bed chill. He hands me one of the bubble teas, the cool condensation from the cup a pleasant sensation against my fingers. "I know how much you love these," he says with a grin. I take a sip, the sweet, refreshing taste bringing a smile to my lips. "You know me too well." "Always," he replies, his voice soft and affectionate. "Now, how about we enjoy these pastries while we plan our day?" We move to the kitchen table, and he opens the bag, revealing an assortment of delectable pastries. The aroma of freshly baked bread and sweet fillings fills the air, making my mouth water. "These look amazing," I say, reaching for a flaky croissant. I stopped by that little bakery you love, Eric explains, taking a seat beside me. Figured we'd start the day off right. We sit together, savoring the pastries and bubble teas, the light casting a golden glow over us. As we eat, we talk about our plans for the day, laughing and sharing stories, the easy bond between us making every moment feel special. Eric reaches across the table, taking my hand in his. I love mornings like this, well, afternoons, he says, his thumb gently stroking my skin. Just us, enjoying each other's company. Me too, I reply, feeling a deep sense of contentment. It's perfect. We finish our breakfast, the simple pleasure of the meal setting the tone for the rest of our day. With him by my side, I know that whatever we do, it will be filled with joy and love. As we clear the table and prepare to head out, I take a moment to appreciate the quiet happiness of this. Life may be unpredictable, but with Eric, I know I have found a love that is steadfast and true, making each day brighter than the last. The sun is scorching by the time we arrive at the Bellagio Conservatory. The entrance is a riot of colors, with blooming flowers and intricate displays that immediately captivate us. Wow, this is incredible, I say, my eyes wide as I take in the vibrant seasonal display. Eric smiles, clearly pleased by my reaction. I knew you'd love it. Each season they create something entirely new and breathtaking. We wander through the conservatory, marveling at the artistry and care that went into each arrangement. Butterflies fly among the flowers, and the scent of fresh blooms fills the air. Look at that. I point to a stunning archway made entirely of roses. Eric takes my hand, guiding me under the arch. Let's get a picture, he suggests, pulling out his phone. We pose together, laughing as we try to capture the perfect shot. A passerby offers to take our photo, and we gratefully accept, ending up with a beautiful memory. Next, we head to the Venetian for a gondola ride. The canals wind through the hotel, creating a surreal, picturesque scene. This feels like we're in Venice, I say as we step into the gondola, the gondolier greeting us with a warm smile. Eric chuckles. It's one of my favorite spots here. The attention to detail is amazing. As we glide through the canals, the gondolier serenades us with a beautiful Italian song. I rest my head on Eric's shoulder, feeling the magic of the moment. I could get used to this, I murmured. Me too, Eric replies, his arm wrapped around me. There's something about these moments that makes everything else fade away. For a late lunch, we head to the quaint Italian bistro Eric mentioned. The aroma of fresh pasta and baking bread greets us as we walk in, making my stomach rumble with anticipation. This place is adorable, I say, taking in the cozy, rustic decor. I thought you'd like it, Eric says, holding my chair as I sit down. We order a feast of wood-fired pizza, creamy carbonara, and a crisp salad. The food is as delicious as promised, and we share bites of everything, savoring each other's favorites. I think I'm in food heaven, I declare, leaning back in my chair, satisfied. Eric grins. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Want to split a tiramisu for dessert? Absolutely, I agree, already anticipating the sweet treat. As we leave the bistro behind, we head for the car. The drive to Red Rock Canyon is filled with laughter and conversation. The stark, rugged beauty of the canyon is a striking contrast to the bustling city we left behind. This place is stunning, no matter how many times I'll see it, I say as we start our hike, the red cliffs rising around us. It really is, Eric agrees. It's one of my favorite escapes from the city. We hike along the trails, different than before, stopping to take photos and admire the breathtaking views. The exercise feels good, and the natural beauty around us is invigorating. This feels amazing, I say, taking a deep breath of the fresh, desert air. It's exactly what I needed. Eric smiles, squeezing my hand. Me too. It's nice to get away and just enjoy the moment. As night falls, we make our way to the High Roller, the giant Ferris wheel that offers panoramic views of Las Vegas. The city lights up below us, a dazzling display of neon and energy. This view is incredible, I say, pressing my face against the glass to take it all in. It's breathtaking, Eric agrees, standing beside me. You can see the whole city from up here. We share a quiet moment, the beauty of the city reflected in our eyes. Eric turns to me, a soft smile on his lips. Thank you for spending today with me. It's been perfect. I lean in, kissing him gently. No, thank you. Today was amazing because of you. As we head back home, dawn's light begins to peek through the window once again. The quiet drive is filled with contentment, our hands entwined. We stayed out all night, I say, laughing softly. Again, he adds. We both share laughs and giggles as we get inside the house. I'm beat, Eric states as he's taking his shoes off. I could sleep for 2 days straight after all that walking and hiking. I laugh at him. I feel you, but how about a massage before bed, just so we're not too sore for work tonight? A massage sounds lovely. He grabs my hand and pulls me in an embrace. We kiss and head for the bedroom. Chapter 11. Back from our day off and fully recharged, we are ready to tackle whatever comes our way. We part ways in the hallway. I need to get to a meeting and Eric heads to the lab to check on some results he was waiting on. Just shy of an hour on shift and we get called on a 419. I drive with Eric, as my car is yet to arrive, and Clara joins us in her car. I heard we'll need to process the suspect at the location as he's covered in blood from head to toe. I said to Eric. I got extra large bags so we can collect everything he's wearing. Good thinking. I restocked my kit earlier today but I could barely fit 2 of the big bags. I definitely need a bigger case kit. Yeah, you still got the small one, I forgot. Just because I don't have a car yet, it doesn't mean I can't carry big. Well, 2 big kits would fill up my truck so. Fine, I get it. Don't pout, you know I'll share with you. Thank you, such a gentleman. I kiss his cheek. We're here. Eric parks the car and we meet Clara at the elevator. As we get off on the 10th floor, it's a gruesome sight. A girl, half naked, is on the floor covered in blood. Just at first glance you can see dozens of stab wounds. There's a pool of blood all around her, on the front wall, left, right and ceiling. The suspect is guarded by an officer. He's sitting on a chair looking at his blood-covered hands and mumbling something. I can't make anything of it as he's in the next room and I don't have a clear view. Detective James comes to greet us and walk us through the events while we wait for the coroner to release the body for processing. We're waiting on a translator, apparently. He doesn't speak the language too well. He barely knows to say anything, but by the looks of it, he did it if you ask me. This whole apartment is a bloodbath. What happened here? Clara states. That's what we're here to find out. Let's spread out and start processing around until we can move a body. I'll take the room with Vic, said Clara. I'll head to the bedroom and start there. Eric walks towards the bedroom door. Guess that leaves me with the non-speaking suspect. I mumble to myself, searching the room for the detective. Our eyes meet and he comes at my side. Need anything from me? I need to start processing him. I show towards the way the suspect is being guarded. What's the word on the translator? None so far. They can't find anyone. Oh great. Let's proceed then. The detective makes way and follows behind. Just as I enter the room, the suspect lifts his head from the floor and I freeze. Is there a problem? The detective asks me. Just then the suspect shouts something while gesturing his hands forward, but the officer stopped him and pushed him back in the chair. The words coming out of my mouth are not my own. I didn't do it, I swear. I couldn't. Everyone's eyes are on me, even Eric peeks his head through the bedroom door to get a better picture. That's what he said. I justify the words from earlier. You can understand him? Not only I understand, but I speak the language and I also know him. Eric comes by my side and touches my shoulder. Do you want me to process him? No, thank you, but you could help me with his clothes. The detective comes back from his phone call. Sheriff cleared you for the case if you want to proceed and also asked you to step in as our translator for the time being. Sure, of course. I will say it in English and then translate the sentence for him and translate back his reply if that's good for you. I don't need anything from him now, just inform him he's being booked and we'll get to everything down at the station when you get to it. For now just get his clothes so I can take him downtown. I need your clothes, I said in English and repeated it in what seemed to be an Italian dialect. He looked at me puzzled, and asked if he can go change in the other room. I'm afraid you'll need to take everything off in front of us. He takes down his t-shirt and Derek bags it. Pants now please. But I don't have anything else underneath, he said while grabbing his body into a defensive hug. Eric, can you bring him some clothes from the bedroom please? On it. You can turn around and take them off and slowly pass them to me and Derek will pass you clean clothes and you can put them on. He turns around and does as he's told. When he's dressed, he turns back to face us. I know you, don't I? He asks. Eric looks at me waiting for the translation and I translate. The look on his face is confused so I proceed to explain in short. It was a long time ago, over a decade. And without translating what I told Eric I look at the suspect as he's being cuffed again and I nod as in yes. He's taken away and we're left with the crime scene. I look at the victim, a young girl, probably in her early 20s. I cite. It's sad, I know, but we're going to nail him for this. Clara said I'm not sure he really did it though. I add people change and you just said it, you knew him 10 years ago. 10 years is a lot of time. I think I just found the murder weapon. Eric points at the victim. See, just about there, under the collarbone you can see a little bit of a silver tip, most likely a knife. The coroner picks up the body and sends it to the morgue and we're left with a knife indeed. After thoroughly photographing and bagging everything we get back to the lab. I'm called, my team included, in a meeting as soon as we arrive. The sheriff gestures us to close the door behind us and he starts the meeting with a question addressed to me. How do you know the suspect? Try not to leave out any details. Fine, I will spare you no details. I was involved, intimately with the suspect. It was about 12 years ago. It was nothing serious, we were together for less than a season and it was mostly a sexual relationship. We parted ways for a few months and got back together, again for the sex. 2 months and we went our separate ways. Clara told me you don't think he did it. Clara turns herself small as if she'd been scolded for something. No, it's okay, I gesture towards her and return my look at the sheriff and continue. Yes, I said that. And Clara set me straight on the spot and she is right. 10 years is a long time and a person can change. May I ask why you said it? It doesn't matter, we follow the evidence, wherever it may lead us. Just what I wanted to hear. Clara, Eric, get started on the evidence and make that knife a priority. Bella, you are coming with me to the station as our translator, I'll meet you by the car. Eric gives me a quick hug and Clara wishes me luck. Down at the station, before entering the interrogation room, the detective does a short recap. I am thankful for you doing this and I know what I'm about to ask you will feel like a hit in the head. But can you just be a translator for this, not act out as a CSI? I nod, a trace of disappointment showing on my face. I'll be there to support you through this, we're doing this together, we'll get to the bottom of it. The sheriff, detective and I enter the room. Seth is handcuffed to the table, stress coursing through every inch of his face and body. Can we unchain him? I ask. The detective does so. Don't do anything stupid, he says to him and looks at me. I guess that's my key to start translating. Seth's eyes are fixed on me but he doesn't say anything. Did you know the victim? He nods immediately after my translation. Were you two involved? I would never, I translate. We found both semen and vaginal contributions on your bedroom sheets. DNA analysis confirmed it, you and 2 females, one of whom, the victim. I told you, never. And as much as I'd like to help you with, I don't remember anything. After hearing him say this, I turn to the sheriff. Get Eric or Clara here to draw its blood, now. He steps outside to make the call. The detective turns to talk to me. You're thinking he might have been drugged? It's a possibility. Or you're just looking for a reason to excuse him? I feel attacked by what he's implying. I am not, I am just considering all possibilities. Now, I see you clearly have your mind set on a course, which means you don't need me or my opinion. I stand up to leave as Seth stands while looking at me. I look at him from the door and whisper an apology and close the door behind me. Just when I turn, both Eric and the sheriff appear from around the corner. All good in there? No, I say. The detective is set on the guilty verdict, and everything I say he thinks I say it to clear Seth's name or something. And are you? Connor asks seriously. I am not. I just reacted at what he said, and I considered the possibility, and judging by the fact you called Eric makes me believe you considered it as well. Chapter 12. Connor opens the interrogation door and asks the detective to step out and ushers me and Eric inside. Eric looks at me. I got you and you got this. I proceed in telling the suspect that Eric is going to draw his blood, send it for analysis and check if there are any drugs in his system. While Eric starts the procedure, I sit at the table and continue to talk with the suspect, translating everything back to Eric. I understand you don't remember what happened, but what can you tell me from before, and how were you involved with Amy? Clara found out her name and texted me earlier. As I keep saying, I was not involved with her. She was like a sister mostly. She aspired to be a photographer and her father denied her this. I was her escape. She'd often come with me to races so she could take photos. Amy was a sweet kid and she was very close to the woman I was seeing, Monica. If you didn't know, you could swear they were mother and daughter. Always together. What can you tell us about Monica? Asked Eric. She was great, but she liked to party. Sometimes she would take it too far. Was last night taking it too far? I don't remember much, it's sort of a blur. We all had dinner and we went to a club. I don't recall the name because Monica kept changing club after club. Amy was fascinated by her, followed her like a lost puppy. After the third or fourth club I said enough and told them we're going home. Surprisingly, both complied after asking for a final drink. After that everything becomes kind of a blur. I think there were more people at our table. I vaguely remember someone helping me get off the elevator, laughs. But it's foggy. And then, when you found her, I woke up to a massive headache and I went to the kitchen to get some aspirin and I saw her. I rushed to her and I started shaking her and shouting her name. I also called out to Monica but nothing, she wasn't even home. I called the police but I couldn't say much and then you guys came. The detective enters the room. We found Monica. She's on her way to the morgue, on a slate. Eric and I exchange looks before I tell Seth what the detective just said and the three of us step out of the room. I talked to the victim's father. He said Seth was the worst thing could happen to his daughter and ever since he came into her life she started getting into trouble, skipping school, doing drugs. We return to the lab for more information. Clara is expecting us. She found something. Do you guys remember the condom Eric found in the toilet? Yes, we reply. Well, guess what? The outside contribution matches Amy but the inside doesn't match Seth. There was another man there. Clara, do me a favor. Do a familial match check on the inside of the condom. I have a gut feeling. You're thinking it's the father? Eric asks. I don't know for sure, but you read what he said at the interview. It was like he was trying really hard to make us look into Seth. I don't know. There's a lot that doesn't add up. I am trying to find more about Monica from her social profile when both Eric and Clara come in my office. They look like they cracked it. Speak up you two, don't keep me in the dark like this. Clara gestures Eric to go first. The blood contained trace amount of gamma-hydroxybutyrate, also known as GHB. Precisely, Eric continues. The trace was small but just proves it was coming out of his system. We caught it just in time. 1 more hour and it wouldn't have been a trace left. Good call, Belle. He hands me a folder next. As I open it, I see it's Monica's autopsy report. The cause of death was asphyxia. Not only that, but she was raped and the assailant used a condom. Did we manage to get any traces from her neck? I asked. Even better, Clara's smile widens. She continues. We got epithelial. She was manually strangled. The killer used his bare hands and they matched the semen donor from the condom. And say it, woman, I shout, suspenseful. It's a familiar match to Amy, 13 owls in common. It's the father. Eric adds, and he's being brought in for questioning as we speak. Let's head to the station then. We watch as he's being questioned and accused of child abuse, murder, rape. He's going in for life. The detective comes up to me and hands me a set of keys. I apologize for not trusting your instincts. I hope we'll still be able to work together. You are just doing your job. It's your job to react fast and draw conclusions, but it is my department's job to prove or disprove them. You can go and tell him the news and give him the release papers. Thank you. I unlock the door and go in. Seth is sitting at the table, lost in thought. Seth? Yes. May I sit next to you? Sure. We found out what happened. I continue and tell him about him being drugged, about the abuse Amy's been enduring, and that her own father killed both her and Monica and tried to pin it on him. He just stands there shocked. I mean, who wouldn't be? I gently touch his shoulder. He puts his hand over mine. Thank you for believing in me. And please accept my apologies for forgetting your name. I recalled your face from when you came to the apartment, but I was so lost, I had no idea from where I knew you. It's my job to follow the evidence, and I am lucky to have such an amazing team. They pursued every angle, and so we were able to get it all right. I pause. It's okay for not remembering me. It was more than 10 years ago when we met, and we never kept in touch. And yet you recognized me in an instant, so there's no excuse for me not being able to do the same. It's fine, really. I say as we head out of the interrogation room. You are free to go now, stay safe. As he walks away, Eric and Clara come beside me. There's definitely a story there, Clara smirked. And you'll tell us everything over breakfast. I laugh. It's really not that much to say, apart from the great sex we had. But fine, I'll indulge both of you. So, who's paying? I guess it's my turn, Eric said. Just don't order the whole menu, okay ladies, he jokes. As we step out of the police station, Seth, who was still around, probably waiting for his taxi, comes to us and asks me out. Would you grab a coffee with me? Eric wraps his hand on my waist in a protective manner. I am sorry, Seth, I will not. Nothing will come out of it, and as you can see, I am heading out with my team, who are both my friends. I gesture to both of them, and my lover. I gesture to Eric. I understand, I am sorry if I misstepped. He holds out his hand, shakes with each of us and departs. I mean, he's cute. Those blue eyes. I could totally look him in the eyes all night long, if you get what I mean. Clara, both me and Eric exclaimed. Maybe you should get him to come with us, Eric tells me. No, guys, I was joking. Wait a minute for me. I hurry to catch up to Seth just as he gets to his taxi. Can I pass your number to my friend over there? I asked him. He looks over my shoulder and waves at her. Sure, why not? Maybe we could all grab a coffee, if you'd want. Thanks, I appreciate it. Take care, Seth, and do call if you get into trouble. I will. Take care. He climbs into the taxi and drives off, and I return to my team. I gave him your number and this is his. I think you could understand each other with a bit of help from Mr. Google Translate. I chuckle. Ha ha, very funny. Now ladies, if you're all done, can we head over to Benny's? I'm starving. We all start laughing at the growl Eric's stomach does. At the diner I get a milkshake, Clara a coffee, and Derek goes full menu. We laugh at him for it, but soon their eyes are on me. I guess I should start from the beginning. Hours after me and Seth met, we went to his place. There was this strange attraction between us. We had sex all night and I thought that will be it, but he made me breakfast and coffee and asked me to be his girlfriend. I agreed, because I wasn't necessarily a big fan of the one-night stand kind of thing, and that was actually my first. We were together for 3 or 4 months, but he was very busy, so we only spent time together in the evening and it was mostly sex. But even so, I started to have feelings for him, and when he noticed, he broke it off, saying I deserve better and he's not looking for anything serious as he's married to his work. I was sad, but he did change me. I really believed him when he said I deserve better, and I started to live by it. After a few months he calls me and we get back together. I mean, I was 21, single, and the sex with that guy was amazing, which was the sole reason I got back with him. I knew I deserved better than he could offer. I only cared about the sex this time. It was no affection from my side, but I think he was actually looking for more, but I didn't want to reciprocate. I knew what he said the first time and I was sure nothing changed. After a couple months we drifted apart, we went our separate ways, and that's it. How did you know he didn't do it, back then? Clara asked. I didn't, it was just a gut feeling. When we were together, he was always such a gentleman, very calm and composed with everyone, even in a conflict. He never once raised his voice. I just couldn't picture him stabbing that poor girl repeatedly. Did you guys never had a gut feeling before at any scenes and just followed the evidence and knew it was going to be that way? More than once. Same here. I want to thank you both for having my back, for believing in me and helping me analyze the whole lot of evidence and not rush to a conclusion. It means the world to me. And Eric, I'm sorry if I ever made you feel uncomfortable. It was not my intention. I was just following my gut in pursuit of the evidence. It had nothing to do with Seth or anyone. Don't apologize, you never once made me feel uncomfortable. I trust you and your gut, and what we have is real, so yeah. I place my hand on his and squeeze gently. Oh guys, you are the sweetest. Chapter 13. Next day back at the lab. We need to head out. We got a triple near Spring Valley. I have a meeting with Maxine. I'll go, Rihanna said. And you can meet us at the location when you finish. Maxine waves me to come to her office. Love you, Eric plants a kiss down my cheek. Love you too. Be careful out there guys. I'm coming Max, just have a little patience. She closes the door behind me and we start the meeting with the administration board. After about 2 hours we take a coffee break and she calls Rihanna to inform her we're still going to be a while and to ask how it's going on their end. Hey Rihanna, it's Max. Hey, let me put you on speaker. Same here. Apparently we're still stuck with the meeting. Is everything okay on your end? I listen closely while gathering some of the paperwork for the presentation. We're still waiting on the corner so we can't touch the bodies, but there's plenty to do around. Eric said. Too bad about this smell, it's so irritating, my eyes sting. Maxine raised her eyebrow in concern. Sting how Rihanna? Eric, can you confirm what Rihanna is feeling? Does your eyes sting? Maxine asks. Just a bit, maybe the killer tried to clean it up with something. Although there's something weird about the bodies. They're all face down in their beds. I get very concerned. Eric, turn a body now and check the eyes. Don't think about the coroner, just do so. What do the eyes look like? The eyes are red. And blistering, Rihanna adds. Get out of the house now, just leave everything and get out. Max, call the CTC, this meeting is over, I'm on my way. I hurried to the car and just as I leave my phone rings. It's Max. I already left, what happened? Just wanted to let you know CTC are on the way and I will soon to follow with Connor. Okay Max, see you soon. The phone goes off and I keep driving. The CTC is already here. I park the car and head inside the tent looking for Eric and Rihanna. Everyone I pass is wearing hazmat suits. I finally see them at the back of the tent talking to someone. As I make my way to them I get stopped. You need to stop right there, you are not wearing a suit. I try to protest and the small commotion causes the man speaking to Eric to approach me. I understand this is your team, but there is nothing you can do. They will be transported to the quarantine area at Desert Palm Hospital. I watch as Eric and Rihanna are taken to the CTC's van, their eyes slightly red. I ran out the tent and collide with Maxine and Connor. Maxine, visibly worried, asks me. Did you talk to them? How are they? They didn't let me. Max, they didn't, they just took them away. I paused to take a deep breath. Max, their eyes, they were red. Just then I see the hazmat team carrying the DB to a van. What are they doing? I ask. We need to investigate, those are our dead bodies. Maxine looks as puzzled as me when Connor approaches us. They need to incinerate the bodies and neutralize the house in case this is airborne. just to be safe. But that will destroy everything. There's nothing we can do, he adds. I need to head out to give a press statement so things don't get out of control. As we wait there and watch, I grab something from my car and slowly slip away. They just loaded the second body and heading for the third. This is my chance. I get in the back of the van and slightly open one of the bags. I have a mask over my face just in case. I take out of my pocket a swab stick and get a small sample from the eye area. I carefully place it back in my pocket and take out a vial. I'm going to get some blood. After I get it, I head back to the car. Just then Maxine cuts my way. And what you might be doing here? She eyes me suspiciously. Max, please. I pause, taking a hand and placing it over the pocket. You can either report me or get out of my way. She looks at me seriously. Are you mad, girl? This is our team we're talking about. Let's get those samples analyzed as fast as possible. I smile and both of us head for the lab. Meanwhile, Rihanna and Eric are placed in quarantine at the hospital. I'll run the blood for any pathogens back in my lab, Max said as I hand her the vial. Be careful, I'll go to Dr. Patterson so he can check this. Maybe it was something engineered. Do you think it might be something chemical? She asked. I don't know, but when I opened the bag, there was this almost palpable smell. It seemed chemical to me and I just want to check. It's all we've got. She places her hand on me. Get the sample to him and after go check on our babies, they should be cleared to visits by then. I go to Dr. Patterson and explain everything to him. I will get straight to it and inform you of the result as soon as I have them. Thank you. I leave and go straight to the hospital. After a while I am taken to the room holding both Rihanna and Eric. Clear plastic walls, made from heavy-duty polyethylene sheeting, stretched from floor to ceiling, creating a transparent barrier that both isolated and revealed its interior. The material was thick and durable, yet flexible, allowing the room to be quickly set up or dismantled as needed. The entrance to the room was secured with a double-layered flap system, designed to minimize any escape of contaminated air. Each flap overlapped, ensuring a tight seal, and was weighted at the bottom to prevent any gaps. This makeshift airlock maintained the integrity of the isolation area. And behind those clear walls is my team, concern etched on their forehead. The clear walls provided a full view of the patients and any medical equipment within, allowing for constant monitoring from outside. The ceiling was also made from the same clear plastic, creating a completely enclosed space. Overhead, bright fluorescent lights illuminated the area, casting a harsh, sterile glow. To maintain a safe environment, a portable HEPA filtration system hummed quietly in one corner, drawing air through its filters and ensuring that any airborne pathogens were captured and neutralized. The system maintained a negative pressure within the room, meaning that air could flow in but not out, further preventing the spread of contaminants. I approached the clear walls. Hey guys. They were so lost in their worries that they didn't even notice me until I spoke. Eric is the first to come to the wall and I reach out my hand to touch his. Although the plastic sheet is separating us, I feel I can breathe looking into his eyes. Rihanna breaks the silence. Do you know anything? I am sorry, nothing. They kicked us out, took the bodies and started to neutralize the place. But that will kill any DNA. I know, it's exactly what I said but that is precisely their intention. I exchange a few words with Rihanna when Eric cuts in. I know this is not the place, nor the time. Tears are building up in his eyes. I interrupt him. You'll get out of here, the both of you. Stop saying anything else. He looks at me and almost shouts it out so that he's not interrupted by the now flowing tears. Marry me. Tell me you'll marry me. If I'll get out of here, will you be my wife? Both me and Rihanna look stunned at Eric as he collapses to his knees. I hurry to his side, as much as the wall permits it. Eric. Look at me. Yes, 1,000,000 times yes, I start sobbing. It would be my greatest honor to become your wife when you get out. Not if you get out, when you get out. We stay there for a while, in silence, smiling but also concerned. I stand up. I need to get to the lab, I need to check on something. I thought they took everything. Rihanna looks curiously. They did. I just didn't agree to it. You'll get yourself in trouble, Eric said. Nobody messes with my team. Just when I am about to head out, I get a text from Max confirming there was nothing in the blood, no pathogen or anything else. I smile. What was that? What did it say? Rihanna asked. I turned to them. It was Maxine. The blood I took was clean, no pathogen trace. You took blood? Voices Eric. Max knew? Rihanna adds. I laugh softly. Well, yeah, she caught me just after I took the samples and she wanted in on it. I'll keep you guys updated, but until then, try not to tell anyone what your bosses are up to. I wink and leave. Chapter 14. Back at the lab, both me and Maxine hover over Dr. Patterson's shoulder. It's not going to yield faster results if you keep hoovering around, the good doctor said. Max wants to say something, but just then we're interrupted by the machine's beep. She almost jumps for the analysis page. Read faster, I ask her. She mumbling words, too slurred to be understood. I feel like I am boiling next to her. Oleosine capsicum, PAVA, desmethyldihydrocapsicin, CS, 2-chlorobenzylmylononitrile. Wait, that's... I pause. Isn't capsicum the main ingredient in pepper spray? Yes, and the others enhance its properties and helps it being propelled from its canister. It's a pepper spray, of course. How did we not see this before? Max said. That means there was never a virus, the doctor adds. Someone wanted us to believe it was, so we called the CDC. They knew the CDC will kill all viable DNA as per protocol. I think we're looking for someone who knows about CDC protocols. Max said. I'll call Connor on the way to the hospital and ask him to come here so we can explain better. I'll be back with our team. Connor will not be happy we went behind his back. I turn to Max. He'll be happy there's no crisis to be avoided, no loose virus or anything. And we didn't do anything behind his back. He just had to leave to take care of something else. I rush to the hospital. I go straight for the quarantine room. When they see me, they both stand waiting and hoping for results. I'm running towards the wall and grab the zippers that hold them prisoners. I jump in Eric's arms and I kiss him. I take it you guys solved it, Rihanna laughed with a sigh of relief. Someone wanted us to think it's a deadly virus so that CDC eradicates all evidence as per protocol. I said. You guys have just been in a room filled with pepper spray, it was normal for your eyes to be red and irritated. We all hug. Let's go back to the lab, I am sure Connor is eager to see me. I laugh. Oh my, Rihanna gasped. Well, it was worth it and I'd do it again. I am sure he'll prefer to attend the more pressing matters instead of giving me an earful. At the office, Connor and Maxine are waiting for us in the hallway. We'll talk about what you did later, we have more pressing matters to do. Connor scolds me while Maxine hugs Eric and Rihanna. Should we go to my office? I gesture towards the open door and everyone follows. We need to identify the suspect, I said. Given the knowledge of CDC protocols, it has to be someone with inside information. Connor nodded. Let's start by looking into former employees and anyone with ties to the CDC or even CSI. Maxine, Rihanna, Eric, and I started sifting through personnel files. We looked for anyone with relevant knowledge and potential motives. After several hours, a name stood out, Dr. Samuel Hartman, a former CDC employee who had been dismissed under suspicious circumstances involving mishandling evidence and a personal vendetta against the administration. I remember Hartman, Maxine said. He was brilliant but had a volatile temper. He blamed us for his dismissal. We began tracing Dr. Hartman's activities, including financial records. Eric discovered several large, suspicious bank transfers made to accounts linked to Hartman. These transfers are recent, Eric noted. Looks like he's been getting paid off for something. Rihanna pulled up old correspondence and emails. He sent threatening emails to the administration after his dismissal. He was furious about losing his job and blamed the board for ruining his career. Connor frowned. That gives him motive, but we need more to link him to the murders. Maxine added, "What about the chemical compounds?" Hartman had access to them and knew how to use them. We searched Hartman's known associates and recent contacts. One name surfaced, Jane Miller, a former lab technician who had a close relationship with Hartman and had recently been fired for misconduct. Rihanna dug into her background and found that she had rented a house near the crime scene. "We need to bring her in for questioning," I suggested. Connor agreed. "Let's move on this quickly." Maxine and I, accompanied by a team of officers, arrived at Jane Miller's residence. We knocked on the door, and she answered, looking nervous. "Jane Miller, we need to ask you a few questions," Maxine said firmly. Inside, we found evidence linking Jane to the crime scene, receipts for the chemical compounds used and notes detailing the plan to use pepper spray to mimic a virus outbreak. Connor took her to the station for further questioning and she broke down under pressure, revealing that Dr. Hartman had orchestrated the entire scheme and paid her to help execute it. We were supposed to scare everyone into thinking there was a deadly virus. It was Hartman's way of getting back at the CDC and everyone involved in his dismissal, Jane confessed. With Jane's confession and the physical evidence, we had enough to arrest Dr. Samuel Hartman. The police apprehended him at his hideout, where they found more incriminating evidence, including detailed plans of the attack and communications with Jane. During the trial, the prosecution presented the evidence, including bank transfers, emails, and Jane's testimony. Hartman's defense tried to argue insanity, but the overwhelming evidence led to his conviction. With Hartman and the Miller behind bars, the team felt a sense of relief and closure. We gathered in the conference room to discuss the case's conclusion and our next steps. "Great work, everyone," Connor said, beaming. "This was a tough one, but we got the job done." Rihanna nodded. "I still can't believe how far Hartman went to get revenge." "Let's focus on our next case," Eric said, squeezing my hand. "We have a lot more work to do." I smiled. "Agreed. But for now, let's take a moment to appreciate what we've accomplished." Maxine raised her coffee cup. "To justice and teamwork." Eric kneeled before me. "I know I have asked you before but I wanted to make it official." He breathes deeply. "Will you be my wife?" Everyone is eagerly awaiting my response. "I do, you know I do." He raised and we kissed, everyone around us congratulating us. "Wow, I didn't expect this," Connor said. "Oh, I totally did," Maxine smirks. "Congratulations you guys," Rihanna hugs us. "When do you think you'll officiate the ceremony if I dare ask?" She looks at Eric. "I'm sure you had a lot of time to think about it." Eric laughs nervously. "What can I say, I'd do it on the spot if it were for me." He continues laughing whilst scratching the back of his neck. "Let's do it then. It's Vegas, I mean, we can find somewhere that has a spot," I said. He looks shocked at me. "Are you serious? You don't want a big wedding day, the white dress and everything? All that pales in comparison to what I want most, and that is you." His smile could light up a room right now. Connor interrupts us. "You know, as a sheriff, I can officiate the ceremony between the two of you. I mean, if that's what you want." We both replied. "Yes." And I continue, "Can you do it now?" "Wait a minute, I need to bring something from my office." Maxine hurried out and up the stairs to get something from her desk. With Connor at the center, Eric and I hold hands. "You can proceed," she said to Connor. Just a moment after "You can kiss the bride," Maxine comes to us and takes both our hands in her, placing something small and cold on them. "These were mine and my late husband's wedding bands. I think they will suit you just fine." We both hugged her. "Thank you, Max, it means the world," I say through sobbing. Rihanna also comes in for the hug and Connor congratulates us all once again. "Now kids, try to go home and get some sleep, our next shift starts in 3 hours." We all start laughing. "Oh, the joys of double shifts." Rihanna laughed. "It's soon to turn to a triple if you don't get out of here," Max added. We all head for the parking lot, bidding our goodbyes, knowing we'll be back soon, all of us. As we stepped out of the elevator, Max's voice greeted us with a teasing lilt. "How did the newly wedded couple sleep before coming back to work?" she giggled, her eyes twinkling as she noticed the oversized coffee cups in our hands. "I'm on a triple espresso," I replied, raising my cup in a mock toast. Max laughed, shaking her head as she headed back to her office. Eric leaned in for a quick kiss before heading to the locker room, and I made my way to my office, settling into the familiar rhythm of the day. An hour later, just as I was about to head to the hallway, Maxine's voice rang out from the railing above. "We need to discuss appointing supervisors." I glanced up, slightly caught off guard. "I'm about to head to a crime scene with Jamie and Chris. Can we talk afterwards, please?" She waved me off, understanding. The thought of appointing supervisors lingered in my mind during the drive to the crime scene. With everything that had happened recently, it was the last thing I wanted to deal with, yet I knew it was necessary. The folders Max had given me sat untouched in the drawer, a reminder of the administrative duties I had been avoiding. Chapter 15. When I arrived at the scene, I was greeted by an officer who briefed me on the situation. "Morning. It's a triple homicide in a residential area. We secured the perimeter and the coroner's team is en route." "Thanks," I said, scanning the area. "Jamie and Chris should be here any minute. They took a wrong turn." The officer nodded and left me to wait. I used the time to survey the exterior of the house. It was a typical suburban home, but the eerie quietness hinted at the horrors inside. Soon, Jamie and Chris arrived, slightly out of breath. "Sorry about that," Jamie said. "GPS led us astray." "No problem," I replied. "Let's get started." We entered the house, and the first thing that hit us was the smell, an acrid mix of cleaning chemicals. The living room was eerily tidy, as if someone had made an effort to clean up. But the traces of blood and the disarray in the adjacent rooms told a different story. "Looks like someone tried to clean up," Chris observed, his voice muffled by his mask. Jamie nodded. "But why leave the bodies?" That was indeed the question. Why? Jamie began photographing the scene while Chris collected samples. "We'll need to run these for any chemical residues," he said, carefully bagging evidence. "It smells like something stronger than bleach was used here." I moved to the hallway, checking for any signs of forced entry or struggle. "Doesn't look like they put up much of a fight," I noted. "Maybe they were incapacitated first," Jamie suggested, joining me. Chris, who was dusting for prints, looked up. "Makes sense. But how did the killer get in?" We continued our meticulous work, documenting every detail. The coroner's team arrived and began their examination, confirming the initial findings. As we wrapped up, I gathered Jamie and Chris. "Good job, both of you. Let's get this back to the lab and see what we can find. We need to figure out who did this and why." Back at the lab, Chris and Jamie worked tirelessly, comparing the prints and DNA samples against our database while I was heading to another long meeting. "Oh, stop sulking," Maxine told me. "But I hate meetings. I would very much prefer to be hands-on, on the case." "I hear it's a curious one, no?" "Most certainly. Whatever they used to clean up left me without any nose hair. It's strong, I'll give you that. I can still smell it on you." "Maybe I should change first," I said. "I won't argue with that. But after you change, grab those 2 folders which you've been running from and come straight to my office. Don't make me hunt you." She laughs. I do as I'm told and I am back after 10 minutes, folders in hand. "You didn't open them?" she asked. "Come on, they don't bite." I cast a glance over the folders and just as I suspected, one of the suggestions for the supervisor position was Rena. The second one took me by surprise as it was none other than Eric. She sees the surprise all over my face and smiles as if victorious. "I have a question," lifting my head from reading the folders. "Why not Clara? I mean, I understand why not Megan or Jamie, and Chris is still a level 2, but Clara? I worked with her. She's meticulous and knowledgeable and has been a CSI longer than both Eric or Rena. Don't get me wrong, I like Clara, I really do, but sometimes she gets too emotionally involved and that can compromise the case. It didn't happen, but it's always a possibility with her and I didn't want to take the risk." "And Eric? Why?" Just so you can win my vote over Rihanna? Something like I get one, you get one? It's difficult not to take this as an insult, she's quick to say. Then don't. I most certainly did not mean it as one. It's just a question I asked. We are just discussing all possibilities, are we not? So, why Eric? He's smart and always composed. He worked as a lab tech before deciding he preferred the field work, so he has both indoor, lab, and outdoor, crime scenes and investigations, which I think will be beneficial for the position. Plus, I had the folders ready before you even transferred here. Then I was trying to decide between them two, but with your arrival and seeing how you shoved the IAB out and how defensive and already dedicated to our lab you were, I decided to push it. So, the thing you told me about 2 is better and all, it was you selling me the idea of 2 supervisors so you don't have to choose. Precisely. Are you upset? I wasn't completely dishonest, I did think, and I still do, 2 supervisors are better. I just didn't want to choose because both of them are a great fit for the role. But if you decide otherwise, I will not hold it against you. I place a hand on her shoulder and give it a gentle squeeze. I'll support you with your conclusions. It's clear the lab means a great deal to you as it does to me. She looks at me smiling. I didn't think I'll like you at first, you know? She laughed. But it turns out, the 2 of us are indeed better. Maybe you say you'll like me now but you won't in a minute, I joke. You need to gather everyone for another meeting to announce it. You're right. I don't like you right now. So, let's make it even. She smirks as if she'd thought of something. You need to draw their contracts by the time the next meeting starts. Ah, I laugh, you got me there. What can I say? I'll go start working on those and leave you to your part of it. As morning draws near, we all gathered in Maxine's office. I step in front of the crowd beside her. Thank you all for coming. Everyone is looking at us curiously and waiting for either of us to start talking. As you all know, we had to appoint 2 supervisors by the end of this month, and I am pleased to announce we have reached a decision. As Maxine said that I step forward to speak. I have decided to support Maxine's decision with the 2 persons she suggested as supervisors. I did not take this decision lightly, and after a lot of consideration I came to the conclusion that she knows you all better than I do. I have worked with you, I have been on scenes with you and saw and analyzed your resolve. But the truth is I need more time to know each of you better, and unfortunately, we don't have that time now, and so I have reached my decision. I gesture to Maxine and she steps forward to announce. Rihanna Shiz and Eric Sands, you will be the new night shifts supervisors. You start as soon as you sign your contracts. Congratulations. Voices in the crowd congratulate the 2. They deserve it. I step to talk, again. Congratulations to our newly appointed supervisors, and also congratulations to Chris and Jamie who closed the triple from earlier so swiftly. Congrats guys. As everyone is congratulating everyone either for the promotion or for the great solve, I step outside and head to my office. Finally, some quiet. I sit on my chair and start scrolling through the emails. A soft knock at the door. It's Eric. He pops his head through the half-open door. Come in, stop acting silly, you silly man. I stand up and go and wrap my hands around him. Congratulations for the promotion. Thank you, truly. It means a lot coming from you. He kisses me. You taste good, I said. Hey listen, a few of us are going out for drinks, a small celebration, will you come with us? I am sorry but I still have some emails to send regarding the new positions, the contracts and so on. I promise I'll make it up to you at home. He kisses my forehead gently and I turn around to get to my chair while placing a hand on my abdomen. Does he know? A voice startles me. I turn around still holding my abdomen and see Maxine in the door frame. Know what? I quickly move my hand away. She enters and sits at the desk beside me. When did you find out? She asked, pointing down. I didn't, I'm just late. How long? A week. And you didn't think to pee on a stick? Of course I did. I just didn't get the chance. I can draw you some blood and we can have a look. I nod and after a few minutes she confirms it. Will you tell him? She eyes me curiously. I will, when I get the chance. Is that why you didn't go for drinks? Alcohol obviously, I laugh. I did have my suspicions, so I acted cautious. I'll probably take him to an apologetic dinner for not going out now with them, but that will wait till our next day off, and while we're there I'll tell him. Well, there's only one thing left to say. Which is, congratulations. I chuckle and hug her. Thank you. Are you going home? Yes, I just finished sending all the emails and I'm done for the day. I'm already sleeping by the time Eric arrives. He tries to get in bed without waking me, but I sense him, so I open my eyes. I didn't want to wake you, he apologized. I wasn't sleeping, merely resting my eyes. We kiss and cuddle to sleep. Chapter 16. We wake up late and decide to grab coffee and something to eat on our way to work. At work, Maxine summons us in her office, Rihanna already there. I yawn and quickly apologize. I'm sorry, I yawn again and I apologize again. The meetings had me spent, I'm sorry. Maxine laughs. No worries there. I called you all here to talk about yesterday. Another meeting, I yawn and after sip my coffee. You might want to start yourself on some vitamins, Maxine said, and proceeded to tell us what this meeting is about. Our new supervisors need offices. Which we don't have, she adds. We could share, ours are more than big. I said. I was hoping you'd say that, because Rihanna and I will share this space and you will share yours with Eric. Of course you already thought about everything. May I ask you, do you sleep or just sit and think? I joke. I am glad you agree. I'll have someone bring them desks and chairs. Max said. I'll leave you to it then, and I'll take both of them. I gesture to Rihanna and Eric, with me, so I can give them everything I prepared last night for their new roles. Back in my office, I have nearly on my desk 2 piles of folders, about 7 each. I grab a pile and hand it to Rihanna. Your new positions also imply a lot more paperwork duty, but don't worry, both me and Max are here to help. While handing Eric his folders, I continue. Also, the first folder is just a small list I made referencing new thing you can do, changes you can make, and whatever I could think of. And before I forget, you will be in charge of the rota for the entire team. You'll make it together, and at first, probably a month or so, me or Max will have to approve it. I pause. Any questions? Not at the moment, Rihanna said, and Eric nodded in agreement. Perfect timing. The desk has arrived. I gesture to the door. Rihanna thanks me and takes her leave. Eric waits patiently for his desk to be put in place, and soon after he grabs a chair and starts flipping through the folders I gave him. Before I have a chance to talk to him, Max peeks her head through the door. You're coming with me? I gesture towards myself, confused. Yes, now let's go. Call if you need help with anything, I say to Eric, and I feel Maxine wrapping her hand around my elbow and dragging me out. He's a big boy, he'll be fine. And we leave. Where to? I ask her. Wherever you want. We'll get your car? I don't get it. I am now more confused than before. We're going for a coffee to talk, like girls do, she said. But we're at work, I add. This is part of work. Trust me. If you say so. I get in the car and we drive. She said coffee, so I instinctively head to Honeycomb Cafe. I park the car and we go inside. Good evening, Kathy, I say while walking to the counter. Lovely to see you again. Eric's not with you? I am here with a friend, and I gesture to Maxine. Could we get 2 of my usual, please, and cake? Definitely cake. Of course. I'll bring it to your table. Thanks. We sit at the table. I am still looking at Max very suspiciously. Why did we have to leave the office for a coffee? I just wanted to see how our new supervisors will fare with our abrupt leave. Seriously? Yes. Now let's drink our coffee and dig into this delicious-looking cake. I am still concerned. I voice. I can see that. But don't worry, we'll head back after this, right after we stop at a pharmacy so you can get some vitamins. Okay, Mum, I say and return to my cake. As we get back to the office, everything is in place, everyone received their assignments and most have already went out on the field. We congratulate our supervisors for handling our absence, and as they continue to work on Eric's laptop at what seems to be a rota, I go with Maxine to her office. I told you everything will be alright, see? I knew everything would have been alright, Maxine interrupts me. You just worry and overthink everything. I do. Just then a new crime call comes through. With everyone already out, our supervisors need to get to the scene. I hope it's nothing serious. The call didn't say anything about a DB. Let's follow them, said Max. Are you serious? Why? To see how they work together on the field. We know how they work together, I said. Not as supervisors. She giggles. This is childish, but if it pleases you, I'll drive. We're just 20 minutes behind them, but we soon see smoke and fire in the distance. I step on it and we soon find ourselves in the front of a burning house. The house where Eric and Ryan responded to the call. Maxine is on the phone while I search for the officer but can't find him, which means he's inside with them. All three cars parked next to each other. Max, what did they say? ETA 15 minutes. I call Eric, but when he doesn't pick up, I call Ryan. Can you get out? It's the first thing I say. No, everything is blocked, we're trapped. I can hear all of them coughing. I turn to Maxine, who's very worried. The flames are huge, the house with everything and everyone inside will be crisp in minutes. I look around, panicked, searching for a solution when I see the big Windows screen at what seems to be a living room, and I show Maxine, who was at the phone with Ryan while I searched for something. Give me the phone. She hands me the phone. Can you guys get to the living room? There's no point. The window won't break, Eric already tried. I sit for a second and look at Max. I have an idea. I'm not going to like it, I can tell. She said. Ryan, get everyone to the living room, but stay by the door frame and wait for my signal. I pass the phone to Max while I get in the car. Surprisingly, she gets in as well. I am not letting you do this alone. Okay, then let's see if what we see in movies is real. She nods and I press on the gas, heading straight for the window wall. Boom. In just seconds we hit, and to our amazement we got the car half in. I try to get it in reverse but it's not working. We'll have to use the car as a portable door to the outside, Maxine said, and gestures me to head for the back of the car and exit through the truck. Soon everyone follows and we're all out. Maxine and I are covered in wall dust and small bruises but otherwise unharmed. The guys are still catching their breath whilst coughing loudly. They inhaled a lot of smoke. We help them up and put ourselves at a safe distance from the house. After a few minutes we hear the fire trucks and the ambulance. The guys are being checked and given oxygen. Maxine comes a little closer to me. Are you okay? I nod. Are you sure you are okay? Maybe you should also get checked. I gesture her to hush, but Eric is already eyeing us suspiciously. Shit, this is definitely not what I had planned for this. Just as things couldn't be better, Connor parks his car and comes straight to us. Is everyone hurt? Nothing serious, an MP replied before any of us could. Just then he averts his gaze on me. I try to make myself small and close my eyes, almost hiding behind Maxine's shoulder. I am waiting to get yelled at, scolded for being reckless, but I feel a hug. A bear hug. He hugged me and Maxine. You are one reckless bunch, but you, oh shit, I'm thinking, here it comes. You are one crazy son of a bitch. He slapped my back as if he were proud. My jaw dropped to the floor. I am speechless. You managed to get everyone out alive, but he paused. I knew there was a but. I say. You are carless, again. He laughs nervously, looking at the framed-in-the-wall car. Eric and Ryan join us. I hope you've been cleared, Maxine says while searching for the MP's confirmation. Why did you ask her if she's sure she's okay? You guys were pretty hush-hush. Eric asks, waiting for an explanation. Maxine looks at me and I sigh. There's no avoiding it now. She gently places a hand on my back for encouragement and all eyes turn on me. I'm pregnant. The silence is killing me. Eric wraps his hands around me and lifts me in the air, kissing me, but he also adds, I'm still furious with you with what you did. You acted reckless even though you knew. I know and I'm sorry, but I cannot say I'm sorry. You geese would have died, burnt. And I am thankful that you saved us, but at what possible cost? At that very moment I can't stand it anymore. I'm angry. You would have preferred a fatherless child then? I shout that and I walk away, but I come back just as soon I realize I don't have a ride back. I don't even look in his direction. I'll drive you to the hospital for a checkup if you want, the sheriff said. I nod and we head to his car. There's silence at first. I don't want you to think I'm taking his side. But he's just concerned, right? Yes. You must understand he loves you and wants you to be same. If you were me, what would you have done? Or better yet, what would Eric have done if he were in my place? Just as you did. He sighed. Pregnancy and all? Yes, pregnancy and all. We arrive at the hospital and Connor offered to wait for me to get checked and drive me to the lab. Everything goes smoothly and we're soon back at the lab. Eric sees me walking towards the office and he jumps to greet me, or better said, to question me. You coming back must mean everything is fine. Rihanna and Maxine soon emerge from a second hallway. So, Max presses on. Everything is fine, it's more than fine, it's double fine. Everyone seems content with my answer, but after a few seconds Rihanna looks puzzled. You said double fine, she states. Does that mean? Max raises her hand holding 2 fingers up. Eric lifts me in the air, spins me and exclaims we're having twins. He gently puts me back down. Indeed we are. Chapter 17. Settling into his new role as the supervisor of the CSI night shift, Eric quickly found that the first few days meant mostly desk work. Despite his preference for the field, he took to his new responsibilities with a determined spirit. Still, the transition was not without its challenges. Belle, this part is tedious, Eric grunted, rubbing his temples. I swear I finish a pile of folders and, as if by magic, another one appears. I laughed at his comment, understanding his frustration all too well. Welcome to the administrative side of things, love. It's not all excitement and action, but it's crucial. Eric sighed, leaning back in his chair. I know. It's just, I missed the fieldwork. I walked over to his desk, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You'll get your chance. For now, you need to get a handle on this. And remember, I'm here to help. Thanks, Belle, he said, looking up at me with a grateful smile. I don't know what I'd do without you. I smiled back, giving his shoulder a comforting squeeze. You'd do just fine. But since I'm here, why not take advantage? Eric chuckled, reaching for another stack of paperwork. All right, let's tackle this together. For the next few hours, we worked side by side, reviewing case files, signing off reports, and coordinating team schedules. The office was quiet, the soft hum of computers and the rustle of papers, the only sounds breaking the silence. Every now and then, I'd glance at Eric, seeing the furrow in his brow as he concentrated. I admired his dedication, even when faced with the less glamorous aspects of his job. Eric, remember to double-check the chain of custody on this one, I said, pointing to a particularly complex case file. He nodded, making a note. Got it. Thanks for the reminder. As the nights wore on, the stack of folders slowly diminished. Despite the monotony, we found a rhythm, working efficiently together. We had to cover more paperwork as Maxine was with Rihanna at a crime convention in Seattle. At one point, Eric leaned back, stretching his arms above his head. How did you handle this before, Belle? This constant stream of paperwork. I grinned, handing him another file. Patience and coffee. Lots of coffee. He laughed, taking the file from me. Well, at least I have the coffee part down. Just then, a call came in from the field. One of the teams was short-handed and needed immediate assistance at a crime scene. Eric's eyes lit up at the prospect of getting out of the office. Looks like I'm needed. Care to join me, Belle? I nodded eagerly. Absolutely. Let's go. Grabbing our gear, we headed out, the cool night air a welcome change from the stuffy office. The drive to the crime scene was quick, and soon we were stepping into the controlled chaos of an active investigation. The scene was a small, dimly lit alleyway behind a row of shops. Officers were already on site, securing the perimeter and taking initial statements. Eric quickly took charge, his authoritative presence commanding respect. "All right, team, let's get to work. Jamie, start photographing the scene. Chris, collect samples and document everything meticulously." I watched with pride as Eric seamlessly transitioned into his role, his earlier frustration forgotten in the face of real detective work. As we moved through the scene, collecting evidence and piecing together the events, I couldn't help but admire how Eric balanced his new responsibilities. Despite the demands of his administrative duties, his passion for the field was undeniable. Later, as we wrapped up the investigation and headed back to the office, I turned to Eric, a smile playing on my lips. "See? Desk work isn't so bad when you know you can still get out there and make a difference." He grinned, a look of contentment on his face. "You're right, Belle. I guess I can handle the paperwork if it means I get to do this too." Back at the office, we settled in for another round of administrative tasks. But this time, there was a renewed energy in Eric's movements, a sense of purpose driving him forward. "Thanks for being here with me," he said softly, glancing over at me. I smiled, feeling a warm glow of affection. "Always, Eric. We're a team, both in and out of the field." With a shared look of determination, we dove back into the paperwork, knowing that together, we could handle anything that came our way. Chapter 18. More days passed as we juggled both paperwork and fieldwork, but seeing Eric by my side, sharing an office, made the long hours in front of the screen more bearable. Despite the relentless pace, his presence brought a sense of comfort and camaraderie. One evening, as I finished what seemed to be the last email of the day, I turned to Eric with a sigh of relief. "I can't believe it's been a week already." Eric leaned back in his chair, stretching his arms above his head. "Yeah, a long week, I might add. I don't even remember if we ate at home lately." He laughed, his eyes twinkling with exhaustion. I chuckled, shaking my head. "I don't think we have. It's been mostly takeaway these days. But hey, tomorrow they're back, and after just one more day, we'll get 4 days off together." I pause. "Can you believe it? 4 whole days!" I exclaimed, my excitement bubbling over. Eric's face lit up at the thought. "I'm so excited for it. It'll be like a mini vacation. We need to plan it carefully so we get the most out of it." I grinned, teasing him. "More planning, more paperwork." He laughed, the sound filling the room with warmth. "A whole stack of folders for it. Each day, a very detailed folder." We both burst into laughter, the stress of the day melting away as we signed off the last of today's papers. As we packed up for the night, I glanced over at Eric. "So, any ideas for our 4-day escape?" Eric pondered for a moment, then smiled. "How about we start with a day trip to the Valley of Fire? I've heard the landscape is breathtaking, and it's not too far." "That sounds amazing," I replied, feeling a surge of anticipation. "And maybe we could spend another day exploring some of the lesser-known museums in the city." "Perfect," Eric said, nodding. "We could also take a hot air balloon ride. There's a company that offers sunset tours over the desert." My eyes widened with excitement. I love that idea. And for the last day, maybe we could just relax at home, cook a nice meal together, and enjoy some quality time. Eric reached over and took my hand, his thumb brushing gently over my knuckles. "That sounds like a perfect plan. I can't wait to spend these days with you, Belle." I smiled, feeling a deep sense of contentment. "Me too, Eric. It'll be just what we need." As we headed out of the office, the prospect of our upcoming mini-vacation filled us with renewed energy. The grind of paperwork and the demands of fieldwork were temporarily set aside, replaced by the promise of adventure and relaxation. The thought of spending uninterrupted time together, away from the chaos of our daily lives, was a sweet reminder of why we worked so hard in the first place. We walked out into the cool morning air, our hands intertwined, already dreaming of the days ahead. Once Rihanna and Maxine returned from the Seattle Crime Convention, they were buzzing with excitement, eager to share everything they had learned. Eric and I sat across from them in the conference room, ready to hear all about their trip. Maxine, unable to contain her enthusiasm, started off. "You wouldn't believe the new enhancing devices we saw. There's this new forensic light source that can detect traces of bodily fluids and even gunshot residues that the old models would miss." Rihanna nodded vigorously, adding, "And the best part is, it's portable. We can bring it directly to crime scenes and get instant results. No more waiting for the lab." Eric leaned forward, his eyes wide with interest. "That sounds incredible. How does it work?" Maxine pulled out her notes and a few brochures. "It's all about the wavelengths and the power of the light. This new device uses a combination of UV and infrared light, which can pick up on the smallest particles. It also comes with a camera attachment that can capture and record everything we see in real time." I glanced at the brochure, marveling at the sleek design of the device. "That would save us so much time in the field. Imagine being able to document evidence on the spot." Rihanna continued, "That's not all. We also saw a demonstration of a new DNA sequencer that can process samples in half the time it currently takes. It's faster and more accurate, reducing the chances of contamination." Eric shook his head in disbelief. "Half the time? That's a game changer. We could close cases so much quicker with that kind of technology." Maxine grinned, clearly enjoying our reactions. "And there's more. They introduced us to a new evidence management system that's completely digital. It uses blockchain technology to ensure the chain of custody is never broken. Every piece of evidence gets a unique digital fingerprint that tracks its every movement." I could see the wheels turning in Eric's mind. That would make our job a lot easier. No more misplaced evidence or manual logging. Everything would be transparent and secure. Rihanna leaned in, her excitement palpable. We also attended a workshop on the latest crime scene reconstruction software. It's like something out of a sci-fi movie. You input all the data from the scene, and it creates a 3D model that we can manipulate to see different perspectives and timelines. I couldn't help but smile at the thought. That would be so useful for court presentations. Juries could actually see what happened instead of just hearing about it. Maxine nodded, her eyes shining. "Exactly. It makes everything so much clearer and harder to dispute. We really need to look into getting some of this equipment for our department." Eric and I exchanged a glance, both of us feeling a surge of hope and excitement for the future of our work. "It sounds like you both had an amazing time at the convention," Eric said. Rihanna beamed. "We did. It was incredibly informative and inspiring. I can't wait to start implementing some of these new tools and techniques." Maxine looked at us, her expression serious now. "But we need to push for these upgrades. It'll take time and effort, but I think it's worth it." I nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. We'll make it a priority. The benefits for our investigations and the justice system as a whole are too significant to ignore." As the meeting wrapped up, we all felt a renewed sense of purpose and motivation. The advancements Rihanna and Maxine had shared with us were more than just tools. They were opportunities to improve our work and deliver better outcomes for the cases we handled. The future looked bright, and we were ready to embrace it. Eric and I walked out of the conference room, still buzzing with the excitement from the meeting. "Can you believe all that new tech?" I asked, squeezing his hand. "It's incredible," he replied. "I can't wait to see how it changes our work." I smiled up at him. "And I'm so glad we get to experience it together." He leaned down, brushing a kiss against my forehead. "Me too, Belle. Me too." Just as we were returning to our office, we got a call out at a crime scene requesting one extra investigator. "You should go," I told Eric. "I want to discuss a few more things with Maxine." "Are you sure? I can get her up to date and you can head out if you want." "I'm sure. I want to try and submit a request for some of those new tech devices apart from getting her up to date. Be careful out there." I kiss him and turn for Maxine's office. Just as I open the door, "Max. I know, girl, We need to get those. You read my mind. Let me do one better. I raise my eyebrows, waiting. I already wrote the requests on the way to work. You just need to sign and submit. You are an angel, Max. Send them my way and I'll sign and forward them in an instant. I just finished saying it and already I have the email. I quickly sign and submit, keeping my fingers crossed to the hope we will get the request approved. Everything all right while we were away? Max asked. I have sent you everything done and what comes next, but yeah, everything was good. Eric is still adapting to being at desk so much, but I understand him. I also like being on the field and I must admit it is easier for me to be out when you are here. I mean to say thank you for taking on so much administrative work and helping me be out more. You are welcome, my darling. I know all too well the feeling, the calling, but unfortunately for me, now, it's more difficult to get in the field, especially after what happened back then. I'm sorry, Max. I know, I read about it in your file. I didn't want you to think about it again. I shouldn't have mentioned it. If you don't want to talk about it, I understand. I am better now, but I still get nightmares. Not as often, but sometimes. I'm really sorry, Max. I give her a hug. Thank you. There's a moment of silence and she continues. I saw you got the next 4 days off together. I guess this is retribution for not going to the convention, right? She laughs. You bet yeah. I laugh back at her. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to tackle some paperwork. Back in my office I start working on emails and after finishing those I get the folders on Eric's desk. Hours pass by the time I get to the last folder. And done. Talking to yourself already? A voice startles me, followed by a chuckle. You're back, I smile. How did the case go? Chris has improved quite a lot. I mostly supervised, helping here and there, but he took the lead, got it at first blush. I'm happy to hear that. We got a good team. Thank you, Belle. I smile. Whatever for? I ask a little playfully. For that in the first place, showing at his now empty and clean desk. And for everything else. You're welcome. There's just a little left before our shift ends. Did you send everything you had to send to Rihanna? Considering you share the same role, you have to have everything back and forth between the two of you. I know I did, but I'll just double check. Okay, love, I need to get something to Max and I'll see you by the car. After a grueling week filled with back-to-back shifts, piles of paperwork, and barely any time spent at home, Eric and I finally returned to our place, the weariness of the week weighing heavily on us. Chapter 19. As we stepped through the door, I could sense the tension between us, a palpable craving for each other that had been building up all week. Eric dropped his keys on the table and turned to me, his eyes dark with desire. Belle, I've missed you so much, he murmured, stepping closer. I felt a shiver run down my spine as his hand brushed my cheek. I've missed you too, I whispered, my voice trembling with anticipation. Without another word, Eric cupped my face in his hands and kissed me deeply, his lips pressing against mine with an intensity that made my knees weak. I wrapped my arms around his neck, pulling him closer, and felt his body respond, the heat between us growing. As our kisses grew more urgent, we stumbled towards the hallway, our hands exploring each other's bodies. I felt his fingers slide under my blouse, grazing my skin, sending waves of electricity through me. Eric, I gasped, I need you. He pulled back just enough to look into my eyes, his own filled with a fierce passion. I need you too, Belle. Now. We continued our clumsy journey to the bedroom, shedding clothes along the way. His shirt landed somewhere near the living room, my blouse in the hallway. By the time we reached the bed, we were both breathless, wearing only the bare essentials. Eric lifted me and gently laid me down on the bed, his eyes never leaving mine. You are so beautiful, he whispered, his voice husky with desire. He leaned down, capturing my lips again as his hands roamed over my body, igniting every nerve. I arched my back, pressing myself against him, craving more of his touch. Eric, I can't wait any longer, I pleaded. He responded by trailing kisses down my neck, his hands skillfully removing the last barriers between us. I moaned softly as his lips explored my body, his touch both gentle and demanding. Belle, he murmured against my skin, I want you so much. I felt a surge of passion at his words, my own desire reaching a fever pitch. Take me, Eric, I whispered, my voice barely audible. Make me yours. He positioned himself over me, his eyes locking onto mine as he entered me, filling me completely. We both gasped at the sensation, our bodies moving in perfect harmony. Each thrust, each touch, was a testament to our deep connection and intense longing for each other. Belle, Eric groaned, his voice thick with emotion. You feel so amazing. I clung to him, my nails digging into his back as we moved together, our breaths mingling, our hearts beating in sync. Eric, I cried out, don't stop. Please, don't stop. He increased the tempo, our bodies colliding with a raw, primal urgency. The room filled with the sounds of our passion, our moans, and gasps of pleasure. I felt the pressure building inside me, each thrust bringing me closer to the edge. Belle, he whispered, his voice strained with his own need. I'm so close. Me too, I panted. Eric, I. Before I could finish, the wave of pleasure crashed over me, my body convulsing with the intensity of my climax. Eric followed moments later, his own release mingling with mine, our cries of ecstasy filling the room. We lay there, our bodies entwined, breathing heavily, the aftershocks of our passion still coursing through us. Eric brushed a strand of hair from my face, his eyes soft with love. I love you, Belle. I love you too, Eric, I replied, my heart swelling with emotion. So much. We fell asleep cuddled in the sheets. The next day, the sunlight filtering through the curtains gently woke us. I stirred, feeling Eric's warm body next to mine, and couldn't resist the urge to touch him. I ran my fingers lightly over his chest, enjoying the feel of his skin beneath my fingertips. Eric stirred, his eyes fluttering open. He smiled at me, his hand reaching up to cup my cheek. Good morning, beautiful, he whispered. Good morning, I replied, leaning in to kiss him softly. But as our lips met, the soft kiss quickly turned into something more passionate. The spark from the night before reignited, and I felt the familiar rake of desire. Eric responded eagerly, his hands roaming over my body, pulling me closer. I can't get enough of you, Belle, he murmured against my lips. Then don't, I whispered back, my voice filled with need. Our kisses became more urgent, more demanding. Eric rolled us over so that he was on top, his eyes dark with passion. Last night was incredible, he said, his voice low and intense. But I want to make you feel even better this time. I felt a shiver run through me. Show me, I challenged, my eyes locking onto his. He didn't need any more encouragement. His lips traveled down my body, leaving a trail of fiery kisses. I arched my back, moaning softly as he explored every inch of me, his touch both tender and demanding. Eric, I gasped, my body trembling with anticipation. Please. He looked up at me, his eyes filled with fierce determination. I want to make you feel so good, Belle, he whispered, his voice sending shivers down my spine. And then he did. His mouth and hands worked in perfect harmony, bringing me to the brink of ecstasy and then pushing me over the edge. I cried out his name, my body convulsing with pleasure. Before I could catch my breath, Eric was on top of me again, his eyes blazing with desire. I need you, Belle, he growled, his voice rough with passion. I wrapped my legs around him, pulling him closer. I whispered, my voice filled with need. I'm yours. He entered me with a powerful thrust. We moved together, our bodies perfectly in sync, our passion and desire driving us to new heights. The intensity of our lovemaking was almost overwhelming, each thrust, each touch, sending waves of pleasure through us. Belle, Eric groaned, his voice thick with emotion. I can't hold back. Don't, I panted. I want you, Eric. All of you. With a final, powerful thrust, we both reached our climax, our cries of pleasure mingling as one. We lay there, our bodies entwined, our hearts racing, the aftershocks of our passion still coursing through us. As we lay there, wrapped in each other's arms, I felt a sense of contentment and fulfillment that I had never felt before. Despite the hectic week, the long hours, and the endless paperwork, moments like this made it all worthwhile. We had each other, and that was more than enough. We stayed like this for more than an hour, in silence, just our breath to fill the air. When we managed to finally get up, we headed for the kitchen, a powerful hunger calling over us. "I'll grab some eggs and milk," I said. "Here are the sugar and flour." He smiled, placing them on the table. "What else do we need?" "Butter," and I said while reaching for it, "some vanilla." "Perfect. I'll let you whisk up the batter and I'll take care of the bacon," he said. In a few minutes our late breakfast was ready to be devoured, and let me tell you this, it smelled amazing. The sweet vanilla aroma of the pancakes with the bacon's smokiness, a match made in heaven. "It smells divine," Eric said. "Let's dig in, enjoy." "Enjoy, love." I smiled back at him. After breakfast, Eric offered to clean up the table and wash the dishes while I went for a shower. When I got out, he was already at the laptop, in the living room, starting to plan for the days. "Ready for an adventure, love? I've found a trail that's supposed to have amazing views but isn't very crowded." "Absolutely. Let's pack some snacks and water. I can't wait to spend the day outdoors with you." Chapter 20. We drove out to the outskirts of the city, reaching a secluded trailhead. The path wound through rocky terrain, offering stunning vistas of the desert landscape. "This is beautiful, Eric. It's so peaceful out here. It's the perfect escape. No work, no stress, just us and nature." After hiking, we reached a scenic overlook. We spread out a blanket and enjoyed a picnic lunch, soaking in the breathtaking views. "This is perfect. A moment to just breathe and enjoy each other's company." I couldn't agree more. We should make this a regular thing. We spent the rest of the afternoon exploring more trails, finding hidden waterfalls and secret caves. "I feel like we're discovering a whole new side of Las Vegas. It's amazing how much there is to see when you step off the beaten path," he said. As the sun began to set, we made our way back to the city, stopping at a charming, rustic restaurant for dinner. "This place has the best reviews. I think you'll love it." "I already do. The atmosphere is so cozy." "You really know how to spoil me." I placed my hand over his. We enjoyed a delicious meal, sharing stories and laughter, before heading home to relax and prepare for the next day's adventure. The following day, we decided to immerse ourselves in the local art scene. We wandered through the arts district, exploring galleries and street art. We stumbled upon a hidden gallery showcasing local artists' work. "This art is so inspiring. I love seeing the creativity of the community." Eric suddenly had an amazing idea. "Let's buy a piece for our home. A reminder of our adventures." We selected a vibrant painting, then headed to a highly recommended food truck park for lunch. "These tacos are amazing. I can't believe we haven't been here before. We need to make a list of all the hidden food spots in the city. This is too good to miss," he joked. The Mandalay Bay Shark Reef Aquarium was next, as I am more than fascinated about sharks. The Shark Reef Aquarium is home to more than 2,000 animals, including sharks, rays, sea turtles, and a Komodo dragon. The aquarium's main attraction is the 1.3 million-gallon shipwreck exhibit, which houses over 100 sharks from 15 different species. Not only that, but we were able to walk through an acrylic tunnel surrounded by sharks and other marine life, which was amazing. Most of the tour I was bouncing from window to window, running from display to display like a kid. Eric followed me closely, laughing from time to time at my frenetic excitement. For the evening, we booked a reservation at a secret speakeasy we had heard about. The entrance was through an old phone booth inside a seemingly ordinary bar. "This is so exciting. I love the mystery of it all. And the cocktails here are supposed to be out of this world," he added. "I hope the mocktails are just as good," I said while gently stroking my abdomen. We enjoyed expertly crafted drinks and live jazz music, feeling transported to another era. "This place is magical. I could stay here all night." "Me too. Let's make a toast to many more nights like this." The following day we decided to start our day at the Las Vegas Natural History Museum, a hidden gem that offered an educational and fascinating experience. I think you'll love this place. It's got everything from dinosaurs to ancient Egypt, Eric said while leading the way. Sounds perfect. I've always been fascinated by ancient civilizations. We wandered through the exhibits, captivated by the extensive collection of artifacts and displays. Look at this. A full-scale T-Rex skeleton. It's so impressive up close. And this Egyptian exhibit is incredible. The detail in these artifacts is amazing. Maybe we should visit Egypt someday. I see how excited you get by the artifacts, I said playfully. His eyes lit up with excitement. For a dose of intriguing history, we decided next to visit the National Atomic Testing Museum, which provided a unique look at the history of nuclear testing in Nevada. This museum is going to be intense, but it's such an important part of history. I agree. It's fascinating to see how these tests shaped the region and the world, Eric added. We explored the exhibits, which included artifacts, films, and interactive displays about the nuclear age. It's incredible to see how much has happened here. The impact of these tests is still felt today. It's definitely eye-opening. I'm glad we came, he agreed. After more than a couple of hours of walking through museums, we end our day by visiting the Eiffel Tower viewing deck at the Paris Las Vegas Hotel for a romantic view of the city at night. The view from up here is spectacular. You can see the whole strip. It's the perfect way to end our adventure. Las Vegas really has so many hidden gems, he said and smiled sweetly. We stood hand in hand, gazing at the glittering lights of the city below, feeling a sense of wonder and connection. These past few days have been incredible. We've seen so much and had such a great time together. I couldn't agree more. Here's to many more adventures and memories together. Before we headed home, we decided to have some fun. A bit of fun never hurt anyone. The Pinball Hall of Fame, an interactive museum dedicated to pinball machines from different eras. I love pinball. This is going to be so much fun. Eric decided to spice things up. Let's see who has the best pinball skills. Loser cooks breakfast? We spent hours playing the vintage machines, laughing and competing with each other. Okay, you win this round. But I'll get you on the next one. We'll see about that. This place is awesome. After a long and beautiful day exploring the hidden gems of Las Vegas, we finally arrived home. At morning break, our hands interlaced, fingers gently caressing each other's palms. The door clicked shut behind them, and we found themselves unable to resist the magnetic pull of our mutual desire. In the hallway, Eric cupped my face, his thumb gently tracing my lips before leaning in for a kiss. The kiss started softly, but quickly deepened, filled with the day's excitement and the intensity of our love. I can't keep my hands off you, Belle. You drive me wild. Then don't. We moved slowly and toward the bedroom, never breaking the kiss. My hands roamed over Eric's chest, feeling the taut muscles beneath his shirt. With every step, our passion escalated. Eric's fingers tangled in my hair, pulling me closer as we stumbled through the hallway, knocking over a lamp in our frenzy. We're making such a mess, I giggled breathlessly between kisses. Let's make an even bigger one, he murmured. As we reached the bedroom, clothes started to drop to the floor. My shirt was the first to go, quickly followed by Eric's. Our lips never parted as we continued to strip each other, piece by piece. My skirt fell in a pool at my feet, my hands eagerly working on Eric's belt. With a low growl, Eric lifted me, carrying me the last few steps to the bed before tossing me onto the mattress. I bounced lightly, a sultry smile playing on my lips as I looked up at him, eyes filled with lust and love. You look so beautiful. Eric climbed onto the bed, his body hovering over mine. Our skin pressed together, and the heat between us was palpable. My nails grazed down Eric's back, eliciting a shiver from him. He responded by trailing kisses down my neck, his breath hot against her skin. Eric, I want you so badly. You have me, Belle. Always. Our lips met again, and this time the kiss is fierce, filled with a desperate hunger. His hands roamed over my body, caressing and exploring every inch. I moaned softly, arching into his touch, my body responding to him in ways that drove him to the brink of madness. With a swift, practiced motion, Eric removed the last barriers between them. We were finally skin to skin, our bodies fitting together perfectly. Eric's eyes bore into mine as he slowly entered her, our connection deep and electric. "You're everything to me, Belle. And you're my world, Eric." Eric's movements started slow and deliberate, each thrust a testament to his love and desire for her. My hips rose to meet his, matching his rhythm. Our breaths mingled, and the room was filled with the sounds of our passion. "Belle, I love you so much. You make me feel alive. I love you too, Eric. More than anything." Our pace quickened, our movements becoming more frenzied. My moans grew louder, echoing in the room, each one driving Eric further into a state of ecstasy. His hands gripped my hips, pulling closer, deeper, as our bodies moved in sync. "Yes, just like that. Don't stop. Please, don't stop. Never. I'll never stop loving you like this," he said between breaths. The intensity reached its peak, and we both cried out in unison, our bodies trembling as we were swept away by the waves of pleasure. We clung to each other, riding out the last shudders of our climax, before collapsing together in a tangled, breathless heap. As we lay there, our bodies still entwined, Eric gently stroked Belle's hair, pressing soft kisses to her forehead. "You're everything I've ever wanted, Belle. I'm so lucky to have you. And I'm lucky to have you, Eric. Today was perfect, and tonight was magical." After our intense and passionate climax, we lay together, bodies still intertwined, hearts pounding in sync. But as we gazed into each other's eyes, the embers of our desire began to start anew, sparking a second wave of fervor. I was the first to move, my lips seeking Eric's in a slow, lingering kiss. The tenderness quickly gave way to a deeper hunger, our mouths opening, tongues dancing with a renewed lust. "I need you again, Eric. I can't get enough of you. Neither can I, Belle. You're everything." Eric rolled us over so I was on top, our lips still locked in a fervent kiss. My hands roamed over Eric's chest, nails gently grazing the skin. He responded by sliding his hands up my sides, cupping my breasts, his thumbs teasing my nipples into hard peaks. "Eric, I want to feel all of you." "Then take what you want, Belle." With a wicked grin, I slid down his body, lips and tongue leaving a trail of fire in our wake. I paused at his navel, dipping her tongue into the hollow before continuing lower. His breath hitched as I took it into my mouth, tongue swirling around his tip before taking him deeper. "God, Belle." His hands grabbed my hair, guiding my movements as I set a steady, torturous rhythm. My eyes flicked up to meet his, the heat and intensity in my gaze sending a jolt of pleasure straight through him. He moaned, his hips arching off the bed as he struggled to maintain control. "Belle, I'm so close." Sensing his nearing climax, I pulled back, leaving him gasping. I moved up his body, kissing him deeply, letting him taste himself on my lips. Eric flipped us over again, positioning himself between my legs, his lips trailing down her neck, across her collarbone, and lower still. "Eric, please." Eric's mouth found my breast, his tongue circling my nipple before drawing it into his mouth, sucking gently. I moaned, my hands gripping the bed as he moved lower, his kisses leaving a burning trail down my stomach. He paused at my hips, his fingers parting my folds before his tongue flicked out, teasing my clit. "Yes." He licked and sucked, his tongue moving in a maddeningly slow rhythm. My hips bucked against his mouth, moans growing louder, more desperate. Eric increased the pressure, his tongue delving deeper, driving my higher and higher until I shattered around him, crying out his name. Before the waves of my orgasm had fully subsided, Eric moved up my body, turning me on my belly and entering me slowly from behind. "I can't get enough of you. More, Eric. I want more." He moved faster, his thrusts hard and deep, our bodies slamming together with a frantic intensity. "I'm close, Belle. Come with me." Together. I whisper. Our bodies moved as one, the room filled with the sounds of our labored breathing. As we reached the peak of our passion, we cried out in unison, our bodies convulsing with the force of our release. Breathing heavily, we collapsed together, our bodies slick with sweat, hearts pounding wildly. This time, as we lay entwined, our kisses softened, becoming tender and languid, a gentle exploration of love and connection. I love you. And I you. Forever and always. As the night grew deeper, we whispered sweet nothings, our fingers tracing gentle patterns on each other's skin, until we fell asleep. Chapter 21. We woke up late in the afternoon to the desperate calls from our phones, ringing and buzzing from the other room. Something happened. As I head to answer the phone, Eric is already taking our kits to the car. I answered. What happened? Where do you need us? Hold your horses, my dear, the lab ain't burning on my watch. I remain silent and more confused than ever. Tomorrow is Riena's birthday and I forgot to get a cake and nobody will take an urgent order for the next day and I remembered you love to bake," said Maxine over the phone. "I see where this is going," I laugh as I relax. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it, but please next time try not to scare us like that." I laugh again. Eric already put the kits in the car thinking something terrifying happened. It was terrifying. Thinking I don't have a cake. We both started to laugh. As I go outside to tell Eric, I see he already brought the car out front. I can't help but laugh at the matter. I go to the car. "You can put the car back, love, we're not needed in the lab but in the kitchen." His look on his face is just as confused as mine was a few minutes ago. "Let's grab the kids from the truck and I'll tell you all about it inside." We sit at the table and I tell him about the forgotten and much-needed cake. He chuckles. "She really needs to learn to text," he said. "I know, nearly gave us a heart attack." After a short pause I continue. "Guess we need to leave the fingerprint powder aside and get the dusting powder over the counter, we got a cake to bake. I'll grab your favorite baking book and help you out in a minute." I start laughing so hard I have to hold my stomach. Did I say something funny? He furrows his eyebrows. I can't stop laughing as he returns with the book. "Oh, love. That is not my favorite book. That is my book. I wrote that, it's got all my recipes, perfected and foolproof." "Are you serious right now? You never once said you wrote a book." "Not only that, but I used it every time I had a sweet tooth and not once have I considered you wrote it." "I know, love, I know. You wrote it under an alias. Indeed, just like all the other books I have wrote." "Interesting, I think I might have to give this new author a Google search." We kiss as he wraps his arms around me. "I will start with the cake and maybe you can get started on the steak. Only if you add some of those amazing cookies to your baking. Anything for you. As soon as the cake hits the oven, I'll start the cookies." We stayed up all night baking and decorating the cake plus baking 3 dozen chocolate chip cookies, both for us and some for work. Halfway through the morning and everything was ready. "I didn't know you were such an artist," Eric said. "Do you think she'll like it? A crime scene cake? She won't like it, she'll love it." We place the cake carefully in the fridge and we go to bed to get some rest before heading back to work tonight. "You go on. I want to text Maxine so she doesn't worry about it till the last minute and also take a quick shower and I'll join you. Don't stay too long, the bed is cold without your touch." Eric's words sent a shiver down my spine, and I couldn't help but smile. "I won't be long," I promised, giving him a quick kiss before heading to the bathroom. After texting Maxine to reassure her that the cake was all taken care of, I stepped into the shower. The warm water cascading over me was a welcome relief, washing away the exhaustion of the night. My thoughts drifted to Eric, his words, his touch, and I found myself eagerly anticipating joining him in bed. After a quick but thorough shower, I dried off and slipped into a comfortable robe. I walked back to the bedroom, finding Eric already half asleep, but he stirred as I approached. "Finally," he murmured, reaching out to pull me into his arms. I laughed softly, snuggling into his warmth. "Sorry for the wait." He kissed my forehead, his voice a soothing whisper. "Worth it." We drifted into a light, restful, yet short sleep, holding each other close. "Come on, sleepyhead, we need to get everything to the car, and if you are going to sit in bed like that, we are most definitely going to be late," I say while trying to drag him out of the blankets. I'm up. Where's the rush? We still got 1 hour till we need to clock in." "I know that, but we need to get there before Rihanna, to hide everything, remember? I'll carry the cake and you bring the cookies. Take the car keys," he shouted from the kitchen door. Everything was packed and ready to go. We got there just in time. Rihanna's car was nowhere to be seen. I texted Maxine to bring everyone so we can get it all in one go, and we were set. All was in place, only thing missing: the birthday girl. "Are you really going to sit looking at the cameras in the parking lot?" "Yes. Actually no, she just pulled in." "Everyone, turn off the lights, I'm going to grab her." As Maxine turns on the light, we all jump wishing her happy birthday Rihanna. "Oh my god, you guys, you shouldn't have." Maxine is just getting the cake out of the fridge. "Oh my. It's stunning." Rihanna walks over with a blown-away face. "Happy birthday, sweetheart," Max said. "Thank you, Max, thank you everyone. It's just perfect. The best 30s birthday anyone could dream of." Now let's dig into the cake. Wow, so much detail and all the bits are edible. Maxine, you have outdone yourself. It depicts me, my job, my passion, my work. I'm speechless. Actually, Belle made it. I asked her yesterday if she could help me out and she did. She brought me a masterpiece. Yesterday, you made everything in one day? Eric helped me, I smile. Yeah, I got her the flour, sugar, and eggs. Doesn't matter what you did, you helped, you were there and that helped me, I said. After everyone got a slice or two and a few cookies, we each went back to our daily duties. The night passes quietly with mostly paperwork, and so do the next few ones. We have enough staff present for this week, so the four of us get much more involved in the administrative and financial part of the department. Maxine and I are trying to squeeze as much as possible to get onto the list for testing the new device, even if just beta. We really are set on getting them. Eric is checking and handling the vacations days of our staff whilst Rihanna is looking through the candidate files for a new level CSI Level 1. Chapter 22. A new day at work. It was an unusually brisk evening as Eric, Chris, and I headed to a new crime scene. The city was already bustling with activity, but our minds were focused on the case that awaited us, a double homicide, with 2 bodies found naked under a bridge. The scene sounded grim, and we were prepared for a challenging night ahead. As we arrived at the crime scene, the area was cordoned off, and officers were standing guard, keeping curious onlookers at bay. The bridge loomed above us, casting long shadows over the scene. Evening, I greeted Officer Sanchez, who was the first responder. What do we have? Evening, Belle, he replied, his face serious. 2 victims, male and female, both naked. No visible IDs. Looks like a body dump. Eric and Chris joined me, their expressions mirroring my own determination. All right, let's get to work, Eric said, his voice steady. We approached the bodies, which were partially concealed by the thick underbrush near the riverbank. The scene was eerily quiet, save for the distant hum of city traffic above us. Chris, start with the bodies, I instructed. Eric, let's check the perimeter for any signs of struggle or evidence. Chris nodded and began his examination, carefully documenting the position and condition of the bodies. No obvious signs of trauma, he noted. But there's lividity indicating they were moved post-mortem. Eric and I moved methodically, scanning the ground for anything out of place. Look here, Eric called out, pointing to a set of tire tracks partially hidden by the grass. These might lead us somewhere. We photographed the tracks and collected samples of the soil and vegetation for analysis. Nearby, we found a few pieces of torn fabric, possibly from the victim's clothing, which we carefully bagged as evidence. Let's see if we can find any surveillance cameras around, I suggested. There might be footage of the vehicle that dumped the bodies. Back at the lab, we began processing the evidence. Chris worked on the bodies, collecting DNA samples and examining them for any clues. Eric and I reviewed the surveillance footage from nearby cameras, hoping to catch a glimpse of the suspect's vehicle. "Got something," Eric said, pausing the footage. The grainy video showed a dark SUV pulling up near the bridge late last night. The driver was careful to stay out of the camera's direct line of sight, but we could make out a partial license plate. "Let's run the plate through the database," I said, jotting down the numbers we could see. The partial plate led us to a list of possible matches. After cross-referencing with recent reports and known offenders, one name stood out: Mark Davidson, a local with a history of drug-related offenses and violent behavior. "Let's pay Mr. Davidson a visit," Eric suggested, his tone grim. We geared up and headed to Davidson's last known address, a run-down apartment building on the outskirts of the city. As we approached, we noticed his dark SUV parked in the lot. "Looks like we're in the right place," Chris muttered. We knocked on the door, announcing ourselves as CSI. There was a moment of silence before the door creaked open, revealing a disheveled man in his late 30s. "Mark Davidson?" I asked, showing my badge. "We need to ask you a few questions." Davidson's eyes darted around nervously, and he made a move to shut the door. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Step back," Eric ordered, pushing the door open. "We have a few questions about a double homicide." Davidson tried to run, but Officer Sanchez was quicker, tackling him to the ground and cuffing him. "You're not going anywhere." Back at the station, Davidson was less cooperative, but we had enough evidence to hold him. With the DNA samples from the bodies matching Davidson's profile, and fibers from his SUV matching the fabric found at the scene, the case was solid. "We know you dumped the bodies," I said, leaning forward. "You can make this easier on yourself by telling us what happened." Davidson finally broke down, confessing to the murders. He had met the victims at a party, and things had escalated quickly. In a drug-fueled rage, he had killed them and disposed of the bodies under the bridge. It had been a grueling double shift, but as we finally wrapped up the paperwork and prepared the case for prosecution, there was a sense of accomplishment. "Good work, team," Eric said, clapping Chris and me on the back. "We got him." Chris nodded, exhaustion evident on his face but with a hint of satisfaction. Another one off the streets. As we left the office, the sun was beginning to rise, casting a warm glow over the city. Eric took my hand, squeezing it gently. "Let's go home, Belle. We deserve some rest." I smiled, feeling the weight of the day's work lifting. "Agreed. But first, I think we need a big breakfast. Let's head over to Benny's." "Chris, are you joining us?" "Count me in." We laughed, heading out into the dawn, to share a meal together, our camaraderie being as important as solving our cases. After breakfast we go home, tomorrow a new day. A few hours later, we woke up feeling surprisingly refreshed. We spent the afternoon enjoying each other's company, discussing everything from work to future plans, especially with the approaching of the twins. As evening approached, Eric suggested, "Why don't we take a quick drive? Maybe grab some fresh air before our shift." I agreed, and we soon found ourselves cruising through the city. We ended up near a small, charming bookstore that I had always wanted to visit but never found the time. "Want to go in?" Eric asked, noticing my excitement. "Absolutely," I replied, practically bouncing with anticipation. Inside, the bookstore was cozy and inviting, with the scent of old books and freshly brewed coffee in the air. We wandered through the aisles, picking out titles and sharing our thoughts on various books. I stumbled upon a cookbook section and couldn't resist browsing through it. "Look at this," I said, showing Eric a beautifully illustrated baking book. "Maybe I should get some new inspiration." He grinned. "As long as it means more delicious treats for me, I'm all for it." We laughed and continued to explore, eventually leaving with a few new books in tow. We dropped them at home and proceeded to work. When we got to work, I was still smiling thinking about all the new books we got and hoping to try some of the recipes soon. But soon my smile was replaced by concern as I saw Connor, the sheriff, waiting for me in my office. "I need to head out, love," Eric's voice pulls me out of it. "Rihanna and I are going out for a B&E with our new trainee. I know, I will tackle the paperwork, so don't worry about it. A quick kiss on the cheek and he's out. I take a deep breath and walk to the office. Good evening, Connor. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? I saw the multiple requests you put in for new equipment. He paused. Need I remind you, just a few weeks ago you completely trashed a car, your work car, the almost new car? And because of that we won't get new equipment, is that what you are saying? I raised my voice to match his. Visibility surprised by my reaction, he takes it down a notch. I am just saying it's cheaper to get you a new car rather than pay for all the damage. And regarding the new equipment, it is in beta testing, which means even if you do get it you will have to work on the double. I eye him curiously. The machines are not yet approved for court. Is that what you are saying? Exactly. You would need to analyze the crime scene with two teams, one using the usual means and equipment and one team using the new devices, new methods. And treated like two different cases even though it's the same. No interaction between the two, no exchanging notes. Are you up for that? We can make it work, I am sure we can. And not only that, but our efforts will bring new data for the beta tests and bring us a step closer in getting those machines approved and used in every lab all across the state. I will look into it, he said with a stern look on his face. And regarding the car? I dare ask it's already been ordered, will be with you in about 2 weeks. But do try to hold on to it this time. I will, thank you. As he leaves my office I start working on the folders on my desk and answering emails, and it goes on for hours. Eric is still out although the shift is coming to a near end. Well, I guess it will be like this for a couple of days now. I smile looking at his desk and feeling proud of him. I grab my coat and head home. The house feels empty without him. I sit on the couch with a book trying to wait for him. But I soon fall asleep. I feel myself being carried and I open my eyes. Hey love, he smiles. You fell asleep on the couch and I thought I should carry you to bed. What time is it? He chuckles. Almost noon. Here you go, he said as he placed me on the bed. I thought it was a B&E, nothing too much for a first rookie case. I say, now fully awake. It was. But then we got called out to another one but someone else could have taken it. I know, but Rihanna thought it might do him good to see more of what we deal with, blood, dead bodies, and now she's on the hunt for a new trainee. He laughs. And she dragged me in on this one. Oh, poor Rihanna, she thinks it was on her. I told her it has nothing to do with her or her skills or how she picked the trainee. It was clear that boy lied through his teeth at the interview. But now she has a better idea. Take all the candidates to the morgue for the interview, and who doesn't faint or vomits will move on to the next stage. That's actually a good idea. And with more candidates is better for both of you to be present and analyze their reactions and understanding of the possible role they will receive. Precisely. Okay, let's get some sleep, you will definitely need it. A few days pass. Eric is mostly in and out juggling between potential trainees and helping out with the paperwork. And finally we get ourselves not one but two new colleagues, two brilliant CSIs level 1. Guys, I am beat, I want to sleep for a week, said Eric. Rihanna nodded in agreement. At least you have next shift off, she said. That's true. I will surely sleep in. Come on you guys, let's go home, I added. We all walked into the parking lot and said our goodbyes. When we get home both of us go straight for the bed. Chapter 23. After some sleep, we decided to try out one of the recipes from the new baking book. It was a complicated pastry, something neither of us had attempted before, but the challenge made it even more fun. We worked side by side in the kitchen, laughing and teasing each other as we measured, mixed, and baked. The atmosphere was filled with a sense of playfulness and love. Careful with that, Eric warned, watching as I piped the delicate filling into the pastries. Don't worry, I replied with a smirk. I've got this. He chuckled, leaning in to steal a quick kiss. I never doubted you. The pastries turned out beautifully, and we couldn't resist sampling a few before they had even cooled. Sitting together at the kitchen table, enjoying our freshly baked creations. It felt like the perfect end to a hectic week. "You know," Eric said thoughtfully, "we should do this more often." "Bake pastries?" I teased. He smiled, shaking his head. As the evening drew to a close, we settled on the couch with a movie, but our attention quickly shifted from the screen to each other. Eric pulled me into his lap, his hands roaming over my body with a familiar and electrifying touch. "Belle," he murmured, his voice low and husky. "I want you." I met his gaze, feeling the heat between us intensify. "Show me," I whispered, leaning in to kiss him deeply. The movie was forgotten as our kisses grew more passionate, more urgent. We moved to the bedroom, shedding clothes along the way, our laughter and moans filling the space. Eric's hands were everywhere, his touch igniting a fire within me. "I love you, Belle," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "I love you too, Eric," I replied, my heart pounding with a mixture of love and desire. We made love with a fierce intensity, our bodies moving in perfect harmony. Every touch, every kiss, was a testament to our deep connection and the passion that had only grown stronger with time. The next morning, we woke up entwined in each other's arms, the sunlight streaming through the curtains. I smiled, feeling a deep sense of contentment and happiness. "Good morning," Eric murmured, his voice still thick with sleep. "Good morning," I replied, leaning in to kiss him. He pulled me closer, his hands roaming over my body. "Last night was amazing," he said softly. "It was," I agreed, feeling a flush of warmth spread through me. We spent the morning in bed, talking, laughing, and loving each other. It was the perfect end to a hectic week and the perfect beginning to a new one. As we finally got up and started our day, I couldn't help but feel grateful for Eric and the love we shared. No matter how stressful our lives became, we always had each other, and that made everything worthwhile. Having some time on our hands before work, we decided to cook something nice for work. It was something we enjoyed doing together, even though we were away with work so much, and the few days that we had off we preferred to spend outside, exploring Vegas and the surroundings. Just as we got to work, I saw a couple of new equipment being brought in. The smell of new metal and plastic filled the corridor. Upstairs, Maxine was watching closely with a big smile on her face. I give Eric a quick kiss and head over to her. "We got them, girl, we got them." She hugged me, jumping up and down. "I have no idea what you told Connor, but you did it." "I just promised I won't crash the next car," I joke. Maxine lets out a hearty laugh. "Right," she said, still beaming. "But." "And of course there's a but," she said, rolling her eyes playfully. "Because it's still at the beta stage, whatever is obtained by that equipment is not eligible in court," I explained. "Which means double the work, double the teams." Maxine sighed, understanding the extra burden it would place on us. "Precisely. Also, we need to gather everyone for a meeting so we can inform them about it after we decide how to proceed," I suggested. "We have 2 new trainees, we could have Jamie take one with him and Zach Addy from day shift the other, until they complete the training. Megan, Clara and Chris, we have them available, and Eric with Rihanna with the new toys. What do you think? It's a good plan, but shouldn't we rotate them so everyone gets a chance at the new tech? I mean, I am already jealous of Rihanna and Eric being the only ones mentioned." I laugh. "Chris is still fairly new, so I don't think we should confuse him switching from classic to new technology, but we can add Clara into the mix. I am sure she'll be able to pass from one to another back and forth. You are right about Chris, yes for Clara, but what about me, you? I will definitely get the new analysis tech installed in my office, so I'll handle it. And you can join the guys on the scenes or join me in the lab, whichever suits your condition best." She gives me a nudge. "I can believe you referred to it like that. I'm pregnant, not an invalid, thank you very much," I teased. "I was just saying that because your belly has gotten so big lately. I am not that far along, but considering there are 2, it accounts for the size." We both start laughing. After our laughter died down, Maxine and I began planning the meeting. We outlined the points to discuss and how to best utilize the new equipment while managing our current workload. I'll notify everyone about the meeting, I said, heading back to my office. As I walked down the hallway, I saw Eric and Chris huddled over a case file. "Hey, you two, we're having a meeting in 30 minutes about the new equipment." "Be there," I informed them. "Got it," Eric replied, giving me a wink. Chris nodded. "We'll be there. Sounds like it's going to be interesting." The meeting room buzzed with excitement as everyone gathered. Maxine and I stood at the front, ready to address the team. "All right everyone, as you may have noticed, we have some new equipment," I started. "These new tools are still in the beta stage, so while we can use them for analysis, any evidence obtained won't be eligible in court yet," Maxine added. There were murmurs among the team, and hands shot up with questions. We spent the next hour discussing the logistics, assigning roles, and ensuring everyone understood the importance of thorough documentation and cross-verification with traditional methods. After the meeting, I joined Derek and Chris in our shared office. "Well, this is going to be an interesting few weeks," Chris said, looking a bit overwhelmed but excited. "You know, Belle, this is just another challenge for us to conquer together. We've got this." Eric grinned. I nodded, feeling a surge of determination. "Let's show them what we're made of." We dove into our work, balancing the old with the new, and tackling the double homicide case that had come in. It was going to be a long day, but with the new tools at our disposal and a strong team by our side, I was confident we would solve it. The investigation continued with renewed energy, each of us driven by the promise of innovation and the thrill of cracking the case. And as the hours passed, our teamwork only grew stronger, setting the stage for a successful resolution and the dawn of a new era in our forensic investigations. "Let's see what our new toys can do," Eric said. The new equipment gleamed under the fluorescent lights, ready for action. We split the evidence between the traditional methods and the new devices to ensure a thorough cross-check. "Let's start with the fibers," I suggested, setting up the new spectrometer. Eric and Chris worked alongside me, each taking a different piece of evidence. The room was filled with the hum of machines and focused conversations. A couple of hours into the analysis, we hit our first breakthrough. "These fibers match a rare type of upholstery," Eric said, looking up from the microscope. "From a luxury car," Chris added, checking the database. I frowned, thinking, there aren't many of those around. We should check dealerships and recent sales. With this new lead, we divided tasks. Eric and Chris stayed back to continue analyzing the rest of the evidence, while I contacted local car dealerships and checked recent luxury car purchases. By next evening, we had a list of potential owners. "Got a few names here," I said, laying the printouts on the table. "Let's cross-check these with any criminal records or suspicious activities." Chris worked his magic on the computer, running the names through our database. "Got a hit," he announced. "One of the owners has a prior record for assault." "Looks like we have a suspect," Eric said, a determined glint in his eye. We coordinated with the police to put the suspect under surveillance. It didn't take long before we observed suspicious behavior, including late-night outings and interactions with known associates. Armed with a warrant, we moved in for the arrest. The suspect, a middle-aged man with a history of violence, was taken into custody without incident. During the interrogation, the suspect initially denied everything. But faced with the mounting evidence, the fibers, the car, and eventually, DNA matches from the new equipment, he started to crack. "I didn't mean to kill them," he finally confessed, tears streaming down his face. "It got out of hand. I panicked." With the confession and the solid forensic evidence, the case was closed. It had taken us a double shift, and we were exhausted but satisfied. "Great work, team," I said, as we finally wrapped up the paperwork. "We did it." Eric put his arm around me, pulling me close. "We make a pretty good team, don't we?" Chris grinned. "Damn right we do. Now, how about we get some well-deserved rest?" We left the lab, the night sky already turning a lighter shade as dawn approached. As we drove home, I reflected on the whirlwind of the day. The new equipment had proven its worth, and our team had risen to the challenge. It was a reminder of why we did what we did, for justice, for the victims, and for the sense of accomplishment that came with solving a case. Back at home, as we collapsed into bed, I felt a deep sense of contentment. Eric and I had navigated the challenges of work and life together, and we were stronger for it. "Here's to many more solved cases," I murmured, already drifting off to sleep. Eric kissed my forehead. "And to our future adventures, both in and out of the lab." With that, we finally allowed ourselves to rest, knowing that whatever the future held, we would face it together. Chapter 24. Megan, Eric, and Clara were deep into working a big mob case, while I was partnered with Maxine on an IAB investigation. Our task was to review all cases processed by a former employee named Gregory Haddock, who had handled over 50 cases. It was overwhelming, but we pushed through. Eric and Megan, however, suddenly went missing. The news hit hard. They'd been kidnapped by the mob. Maxine and I immediately joined Clara, who was already on edge. Chris, Rihanna, and Jamie were back at the lab, sifting through every scrap of evidence and providing us with intel. Took almost a day, but we traced Eric and the Megan to a shady hotel. As we approached the building, my heart pounded with fear and determination. "We can't wait for backup," I said, gripping my gun tightly. "We have to go in now." Maxine nodded. "Agreed. We can't waste any time." Clara checked her weapon. "Ready when you are." Inside the hotel, the air was thick with tension. We navigated through a large, open hall. On the right was a living room with a door access on the left. Another room on the right led into the same space, seemingly a bedroom. There, tied up and with bags over their heads, were Eric and Megan, guns pointed at them by 5 assailants. "Max, take the living room," I whispered. "Clara, you cover the left. I'll go straight ahead." Maxine nodded, moving into position. "Got it. Let's make this quick." Clara's eyes were fierce. "Let's save our guys." As Maxine created a small disturbance by knocking something over intentionally, 2 men were sent to investigate. We stayed hidden, waiting for the right moment. When the men were within reach, we ambushed them, quickly disarming and subduing them. A voice called out from the other room, "What's going on in there?" Clara made her move, entering from the left. "Drop your weapons," she shouted, drawing the attention of the remaining assailants on her. I took the opportunity to shoot from the opposite side, killing 2 of them instantly. The last man, desperate, held his gun to Eric's head. "I'll shoot," he yelled. But my rage fueled my actions. I tackled him to the ground, knocking him unconscious. Maxine rushed to untie Eric and Megan as the police arrived. "You're safe now," she said, her voice trembling with relief. Eric, bruised and bleeding, looked at me. "You saved us," he whispered. I nodded, too overwhelmed to speak. The adrenaline was wearing off, leaving me shaky but relieved. After everyone was checked out at the hospital, we headed home. The silence between Eric and me was heavy. Once inside, the tension erupted. "You can't keep doing this," Eric said, his voice strained. "You're pregnant, Belle. You should be in the lab, not out in the field." I glared at him. "I'm pregnant, Eric, not useless. I can't just sit around while you're out there risking your life. I'm trying to protect you," he shouted, his frustration boiling over. "I can't lose you, especially now." We went to bed mad at each other. I muttered something, storming off to the bedroom. I woke up early, unable to sleep. I needed to clear my head, so I headed to work before Eric even woke up. The pile of folders on my desk was a welcome distraction. As I walked into the building, the sheriff approached me. "Hey, you up for one?" "I'll drive." "Always," I replied, grabbing my kit. In the car, Connor glanced at me. "Aren't you supposed to start in about 4 hours?" "I couldn't sleep," I said. "Figured I should lend a hand." We arrived at the scene of a homicide, one victim, shot in the temple in her own home. The scene was grim. Blood spatter painted the walls, and the victim lay crumpled on the floor. I started photographing, bagging, and tagging everything meticulously. Hours passed, and by the time Eric arrived, I was wrapping up. "Can you get everything?" I asked, avoiding his gaze. "I'll see you at the lab." Eric watched me walk past, heading back to the sheriff's car. "Belle, wait." I paused, turning to look at him. His face was a mix of worry and relief. "We need to talk." "Later," I said, not unkindly. "Right now, we have work to do." The lab was bustling with activity. Chris, Rihanna, and Jamie were processing the evidence from the morning's crime scene. I joined them, focusing on the task at hand. Eric entered, carrying the last of the evidence bags. "Let's get to work." We worked in silence, the tension from our fight lingering. As the hours passed, the pieces started to come together. Prints were matched, DNA was analyzed, and the suspect was identified. Chris called out, "Got something?" "The prints match a known associate of the cartel." Eric nodded. "Let's move." We tracked the suspect to an abandoned warehouse. The team moved in, weapons drawn. The suspect tried to flee but was quickly apprehended. As we secured the scene, Eric looked at me. "You were right. We make a good team." I smiled, the tension between us finally easing. "Yeah, we do." Back at the office, we filed the final reports. The case was closed, and justice was served. Eric and I headed home, ready to finally put the long week behind us. As we walked through the door, Eric pulled me into a hug. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I just worry about you." "I know," I replied, holding him tight. "But we're in this together, okay?" "Okay," he said, kissing me gently. Together. We went to bed that night, not as two people on opposite sides of the fight, but as partners ready to face whatever came our way. Chapter 25. Another day, another case, but it gets interesting. After returning from the crime scene, our team gathered in the lab to process the evidence. The atmosphere was tense yet focused as we worked through the fingerprints lifted from the scene. But soon, once we got a hit in the database, the FBI was alerted. "They're sending someone over," Chris said, glancing up from his screen. "Who?" I asked, feeling a pang of curiosity. "Luke Donovan," Chris replied. "Ever heard of him?" I couldn't help but smile. "Oh, I've heard of him all right. We go way back." As we waited, the hum of the lab's equipment was punctuated by our conversation. Eric raised an eyebrow. "You know this guy?" "Yeah," I said, a hint of nostalgia in my voice. "Luke and I grew up together. He's a character." Just then, the door swung open and in walked Luke, a tall, imposing figure with a fierce demeanor. His eyes scanned the room until they landed on me, and a grin spread across his face. "Baby girl," he exclaimed, striding over and enveloping me in a bear hug. I rolled my eyes but hugged him back. "Jackie boy, good to see you." Eric looked puzzled. "Jackie boy? Baby girl?" "It's a long story," I laughed, pulling away from Luke. "He used to call me baby girl to piss me off, and his leech girlfriends, and he said he'll marry the first girl unbothered by my nickname, and he almost did, but she died in a car accident shortly before the wedding. She was an amazing person, she was my favorite person, me and Serena were very close." I paused for a moment, taking a deep breath. "And regarding the other, I called him Jackie boy because jackass was too long, it was retribution for the baby girl thing." I laugh. Luke chuckled. "Ah, the good old days." With the pleasantries out of the way, we got down to business. The case had now become a joint operation between us and the FBI, which meant more resources but also more scrutiny. "So, what do we have?" Luke asked, his tone all business now. I handed him the files. "Homicide. We've got fingerprints that seem too perfect. It's been bugging me, so I had Jim from Traces swab one and analyze it." "And?" Luke prompted, flipping through the files. "He found trace amounts of resin and silicone," I continued. "We believe the killer made himself a 3D printed silicone glove with fingerprints to throw us off the scent." Chris nodded. "Jim went above and beyond and found the exact printers using this composition. There's only one place in Vegas that uses them." Luke's eyes gleamed with interest. This guy has been on our radar for 10 years. Planting fake fingerprints of an already convicted felon is his mo. Sounds like we've got a solid lead, Eric said, leaning in. Let's nail this guy. Luke slapped a hand on Eric's shoulder. I like your enthusiasm. As we strategized, Luke couldn't resist teasing me. You've gotten very big, he remarked, eyeing my belly. I gave him a mock glare. Tread carefully, Donovan. I can still pack a punch. He laughed, raising his hands in a mock surrender. Wouldn't dream of it, baby girl. We split into teams. Chris and Eric would follow up on the leads at the printer's depot while Luke and I coordinated from the lab. Let's get this done, Luke said, his tone serious. Hours passed as we pieced together the evidence. Chris and Eric reported back that the depot had records of recent sales matching the resin and silicone we found. Looks like we've got a name, Chris said, holding up a printout. Jonathan Reeves. With the suspect identified, we coordinated with local authorities to keep him under surveillance. Every move he made was documented, every contact scrutinized. It wasn't long before we had enough to move in. Ready? Luke asked, looking at me. The weight of the past 10 years was evident in his eyes. Let's do this, I replied, feeling a surge of determination. The arrest went smoothly. Reeves was cornered in his apartment, surrounded by evidence of his crimes. As he was led away in handcuffs, Luke turned to me. We got him, he said, a rare smile spreading across his face. Yeah, we did, I replied, feeling a sense of closure. Back at the office, the team gathered for a final debrief. The mood was a mix of exhaustion and satisfaction. Great job, everyone, Eric said, looking around. This was a tough one, but we pulled through. Luke nodded. Couldn't have done it without you guys. I smiled, feeling a deep sense of camaraderie. Same here. It was a team effort. As we wrapped up for the night, Luke gave me one last hug. Take care, baby girl. And congrats again on the twins. Thanks, Jackie boy, I laughed. Stay out of trouble. And don't be a stranger. He then turned to Eric. And you take care of her. But not too much because she will kick your ass. They both exchanged an all-knowing glance and shared a laugh as Luke went out. Eric and I drove home in comfortable silence, both of us reflecting on the day's events. As we pulled into our driveway, Eric turned to me. Ready for some much-needed rest? Absolutely, I replied, leaning over to kiss him. But first, let's celebrate solving another case together. He smiled. Sounds like a plan. We headed inside, the weight of the day lifting as we closed the door behind us, ready to enjoy some well-deserved downtime. Chapter 26. A few more weeks pass, and because on my huge belly I can barely fit at the desk, not to mention driving a car, and unfortunately, I do not attend so many crime scenes as I did before, most of my work being on the new equipment alongside Maxine. I do stress myself, because being on the field is what I do best, but I know Eric can handle anything, and if something were to arise, I am just a call away. The weight of the day's events seemed lighter as Eric and I sat down for dinner at a lovely Italian restaurant we thought we should celebrate the soon arrival of our twins. My due date being less than 5 weeks away. The atmosphere was warm and intimate, the soft lighting casting a gentle glow on the wooden tables and rustic decor. We were greeted by the chef himself, an old friend from my days working in kitchens. He approached our table with a wide smile, wiping his hands on his apron. Belle, it's been too long, he exclaimed, giving me a hug. And this must be your husband. Yes, Eric, this is Gabrielle. Gabrielle, this is Eric, I said, smiling as they shook hands. Eric, you're a lucky man to have Belle, Gabrielle said with a twinkle in his eye. She was the best pastry chef I ever worked with. Eric chuckled. I know I'm lucky. She amazes me every day. How about I pick your menu and drinks tonight? Gabrielle offered, his enthusiasm infectious. That sounds wonderful, I replied. But no alcohol for me, Gabrielle. Baby's on the way, remember? He nodded, a knowing smile on his face. Of course, of course. I'll bring you something special. He disappeared back into the kitchen. As we waited, Eric reached across the table, placing his hand over mine and holding it gently. "You know everyone everywhere, apparently," he said with a playful smile. "So it seems," I replied, squeezing his hand. His expression grew serious, his eyes locking onto mine. "You know I'd give my life for you." I was taken aback for a moment, but then I smiled warmly. "I know, but that's overrated in our field of work." Eric looked shocked, and I quickly continued. "How about instead you live your life, with me, for us?" He smiled, relief and love evident in his eyes. "Deal." Together. Gabrielle soon returned with a selection of dishes that looked like something out of a food magazine, rich risottos, delicate pastas, and a vibrant salad. For drinks, he brought sparkling fruit water for me and a glass of red wine for Eric. "Enjoy," he said with a flourish, heading back to the kitchen to oversee the rest of his diners. We savored each bite, the flavors transporting us away from the stresses of our jobs and the recent cases. The conversation flowed easily, moving from memories of past adventures to dreams for the future. "I can't believe how much things have changed," I said, looking down at my growing belly. "From chasing criminals to planning for the twins." Eric smiled, his eyes softening. "It's a new kind of adventure, one I wouldn't trade for anything." I nodded, feeling a surge of affection for the man sitting across from me. "A new chapter begins. To us and to new beginnings," I added. He leaned back, considering. "I like that. It's hopeful, full of promise. And it's real," I added. "Just us, living our lives, facing whatever comes next together." As we finished our meal, Gabrielle returned with a small dessert platter, a gift from him. "For the best pastry chef I know," he said with a wink. "Thank you, Gabri," I said, touched by the gesture. Eric and I shared the dessert, the sweetness a fitting end to a perfect meal. As we prepared to leave, I felt a contentment settle over me, a sense of peace about the future. Soon we will meet our babies. As we drove home, the city lights creating a soft glow against the night sky, Eric reached over and took my hand again. The warmth of his touch sent a comforting shiver up my spine. "Ready for our next adventure?" he asked, his voice full of love and anticipation. I looked at him, my heart swelling with affection and gratitude. "Forever and always," I replied, my voice soft but filled with conviction. We pulled into our driveway, the familiar sight of our home bringing a sense of peace and belonging. I knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, we would face them together. And that was more than enough. Inside, we changed into our most comfortable clothes and settled on the couch. The living room was bathed in the gentle glow of a floor lamp, casting a cozy light on our surroundings. Eric pulled me close, his arms enveloping me in a warm embrace. We could feel the babies moving, tiny reminders of the new life we were about to welcome. "I can't wait to meet them," Eric said, his hand gently caressing my belly. "Do you think they'll be more like you or me?" I laughed softly. "I hope they get the best of both of us. Your kindness, your strength. Maybe my cooking skills?" He chuckled, the sound vibrating through his chest. "And with your determination they're going to be unstoppable." We spent the evening talking about names and nursery colors, each suggestion met with laughter and playful debate. "What about Olivia for the girl?" I suggested, smiling at the thought. Eric nodded thoughtfully. "I like it. And maybe Benjamin for the boy?" "Liv and Benji," I repeated, savoring the names. They sound perfect together. As the night grew late, we found ourselves dreaming about the future. The thought of family trips, school events, and quiet moments like this one filled our hearts with joy. "I can already picture them running around the yard," Eric said, a dreamy look in his eyes. "And us chasing after them, trying to keep up." I laughed, imagining the scene. "It's going to be a beautiful chaos." Eric kissed my forehead, his lips lingering there for a moment. I wouldn't have it any other way. We eventually moved to the bedroom, the exhaustion of the day catching up with us. As we lay in bed, the soft hum of the night surrounding us, I turned to Eric. "I love you," I whispered, my voice full of emotion. He pulled me closer, his hand resting on my belly. "I love you too, Belle." more than words can say. As we drifted off to sleep, I knew that the future was uncertain. There would be challenges and the moments of doubt, but as long as we had each other, we could handle anything. Our love was the foundation upon which we would build our family, and that gave me a sense of peace and fulfillment. And that, I realized, was the perfect conclusion to our story. Not an end, but a beautiful beginning. A promise of always and forever, no matter what adventures awaited us. The next morning, as the first light of dawn filtered through the curtains, I woke up feeling a sense of calm and happiness. Eric was still asleep, his hand protectively over my belly. I smiled, feeling an overwhelming surge of love for this man who had become my partner in every sense of the word. I gently kissed his forehead, whispering, "Here's to forever and always, my love." And with that, I knew we were ready for whatever came next, together. The end.